afternoon. I am Council President Doug Shipman, and I am calling to order this regularly scheduled council meeting June 21st, 2022. I would just take a moment to remind everybody today it is runoff election day. Everyone up here loves elections, and so you can watch us online while you go to vote, and we appreciate everybody's participation. With that, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Council members, Post 1 at large, Michael Julian Bond.
Good afternoon.
Post 2 at large, Matt Westmoreland. Here. Post 3 at large, Keisha Shawn Waits. Council District 1, Jason H. Winston. Here. Council District 2, Amir Faroki. Here. Council District 3, Byron D. Amos. Council District 4, Jason Dozier.
Present.
Council District 5, Liliana Bakhtiari.
Here.
Council District 6, Alex Wan.
Present.
Council District 7, Howard Shook. Council District 8, Mary Norwood. Council District 9, Dustin Hillis. Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone. Council District 11, Marcy Collier Overstreet. Council District 12, Antonio Lewis.
Let's get it going.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I would now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda that was sent out previously to moved to adoption by Mr. Wan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. We'll do this via unanimous consent without objections. Anybody object to the adoption of the agenda? Hearing no objections, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent of the motion to adopt.
Council District 11, Marcy Collier Overstreet. Unanimous consent of members present is 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt is passed. It is now my pleasure to invite Reverend Dr. Joshua Noblet, Minister of Community Engagement, St. Mark Church, United Methodist Church, to provide our invocation today. We'll do this via unanimous consent without objections. Anybody object to the adoption of the agenda?
On behalf of my congregation, St. Mark United Methodist Church in Midtown, I want to express deep gratitude to Council President Shipman for the invitation to be with you today, on Budget Day, no less. So maybe we need a little extra invoking today. But nonetheless, I'm grateful for all the other members of Council, their staff, and the entire workforce that powers our great city. It is an honor to be with you today, and so I invite you, as you feel led, to join with me in today's invocation.
St. Mark Church, United Methodist Church, to provide our
Divine Presence, on this first day of summer, we thank you for the opportunity to gather together through the democratic process to do the business of our city, the great city of Atlanta. And as we close out a wonderful weekend of Juneteenth festivities and a month of Pride celebrations, we thank you for freedom. And we are reminded that we stand on the shoulders of giants who put a lot of work, made a lot of sacrifices, who organized, marched, resisted, who poured their blood, sweat, and tears out over a long and perilous time, and just wouldn't take no for an answer when it came to freedom. Our lives are better because of them, and may we follow their example of nonviolent direct action, of courageous advocacy, of bringing beloved community more and more into focus. Indeed, we live in complicated times. The threat of pandemic still lingering, mass shootings almost daily, and deep divisions in thought, philosophy, politics, and culture, just to name a few. It can feel overwhelming, and it is easy in the moment to take the path of fear and to isolate ourselves, to lash out at those that may see things differently. But we know that there is a better way, a way that seeks common ground, that looks out for the needs of the most vulnerable, that seeks to care for each other and to make right the harm that has been caused in our society. And that is the way of love. No matter who we are or where we are from, who we love or what we believe, we all know love when we see it and when we feel it, from the tiniest child to the eldest senior. So may we center ourselves in love today, for each other, for those we disagree with, for our environment, and for our future, as we seek to make Atlanta the most welcoming, equitable, prosperous, and innovative city it can be. And it's in the spirit of your infinite love that we pray. Amen. The harm that has been caused in our society. And that is the way of love. No matter who we are or where we are from.
While we're in a spirit of reflection, are there any notations for those that we have lost that anyone wants to provide today?
May we center ourselves in love today for each other,
Councilmember Bond.
for those we disagree with, for our environment, and for our future.
Just want to acknowledge the passing of
equitable, prosperous,
mother
innovative city it can be.
Rodney over at Chick-fil-A,
Infinite love
who
we pray.
was funeralized on Sunday. Rodney Bullock. She was a great lady, great person in the West Side communities when she and her husband, who had pastored over at Paradise for many, many decades.
Today.
And so just want to, acknowledge her passing and give our condolences to the Bullock family. And I'm here, by the way. Just want to...
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Mother.
Just want to send condolences to the Hall family. A dear friend of mine, Glenda Hall, passed last week. And it's hard because our children are the same age. And, she's gone entirely too soon. So I would like for everyone to please pray for the family, lift them up in strength, and cover the family. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Overstreet. With that, would you please join me in a moment of silence for these and all who we've lost?
To send condolences to the Hall family. A dear friend of mine, Glenda Hall, passed last week.
Thank you. Now, if you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our children are the same age, and,
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. Any others? Thank you. We have three proclamations, commendations today. First, I would invite up the folks in recognition of Immigrant Heritage Month to join us up here on the podium. Everyone who's here for that proclamation, come on forward.
our children are the same age, and,
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. Any others? Thank you. We have three proclamations, commendations today. First, I would invite up the folks in recognition of Immigrant Heritage Month to join us up here on the podium. Everyone who's here for that proclamation, come on forward.
children are the same age, and,
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Come on, both sides. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. It is a real pleasure for me to begin by speaking to this. We are very fortunate in Atlanta to have communities from many, many parts of the world represented in our city. And we are better for it, and we are richer for it. And every day, members of immigrant communities contribute to the life of our city and the leadership of our city. And up with me are a variety of friends from various backgrounds and various professions. But it was important for this council to celebrate Immigrant Heritage Month. And so I'm going to read this proclamation that has been set forth. It says, the Atlanta City Council, in celebration of Immigrant Heritage Month, whereas generations of immigrants from every corner of the globe have contributed to the unique characters and robust economies of the city of Atlanta and the United States of America, Atlanta has long been a welcoming city and sustains 70 consular and trade offices, 31 binational chambers of commerce, and 17 sister city relationships. And whereas immigrants contribute richly to the development of our landscape through accomplishments in business, technology, and innovation, leadership, and arts and culture, along with adding to the fabric of the faith community, bringing distinctive perspectives, customs, and ideas to the forefront, our immigrant communities add substantively to the growth of our society. And whereas while working diligently to secure their own rights and access to equal opportunity, immigrants also campaign to create a fairer and more just society for all. They do so while facing the dangers of discrimination, fear, and sometimes even hate. And whereas the celebration of Immigrant Heritage Month began in 2014 to give immigrants and refugees the opportunity to explore and celebrate their backgrounds, an added purpose of this recognition is to raise awareness of how diversity and immigration are both essential elements of our social fabric. The City of Atlanta is proud to do its part towards the realization of these objectives. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby celebrate the exemplary contributions of our immigrant communities by proclaiming this month of June 2022 as Immigrant Heritage Month in the City of Atlanta. It has the seal of the city, and all members of the City Council have signed it. Would you please join me in thanking all of these folks for representing all the communities that they represent as part of this Immigrant History Month. I just want to give my colleagues, anybody who might want to speak, a chance to, and then we'll hear from our guests. Councilmember Bakhtiari, you seem to be coming forward. Come on up. Atlanta do hereby celebrate the exemplary contribution.
Well, I'm happy to say that I know quite a few of the people standing up here. And also, thank you to the Council President for making this proclamation happen. As you know, I am first generation, and my dad has had a business in my district since I was a kid. And immigrants make up the foundation of everything we have. And you men make up all of our diversity, and I'm extremely grateful that we have such a diversity and that we're recognizing you all today. Honored, actually. So thank you all for being here.
From our guests, Councilmember Bakhtiari, you seem to be coming forward. Come on up. Now with that, come on up.
Well, I'm happy to say that I know.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is Jaime Rangel, and I'm the Georgia State Director with Forward.us. We are a bipartisan organization that is working to reform our nation's immigration and criminal justice system around the country. I want to thank President Doug Shipman and members of the City Council for issuing this proclamation recognizing June as Immigrant Heritage Month, also referred to as IHM. IHM is a nationwide effort to gather and share the inspirational stories of immigrants in America. Spearheaded by the I Am an Immigrant campaign by Forward.us, this year marks the 9th annual IHM. And throughout the 9 years, we have worked closely with governors, mayors, representing 46 states, including the White House, to help celebrate the contributions of immigrants. It's no secret that the city of Atlanta has been enriched by the contributions of immigrants, and we don't have to look far for an example. I mean, just last week, FIFA announced that they will be hosting the 2026 World Cup here in Atlanta. And that did not happen because we have a very nice, shiny stadium. That happened because they knew that this city, this town, unlike many across the country, can deliver not only a good fan base, but can deliver a very beautiful and amazing, memorable experience to all those who enjoy soccer. So thank you again, once again, to Councilman Doug Shipman and members of the City Council, to all those up here on stage who are champions of immigrants, either by direct services or through policy. And there's many people on this stage that are missing who unfortunately could not be here today. But thank you so much. We are here to be a resource for this city, and we're pushing for a better tomorrow. May God bless this council. May God bless this city, and thank you so much.
So let's step forward and take a picture.
Fan base, but can deliver a very beautiful and amazing, memorable experience to all those who enjoy soccer. So thank you again, once again, to Councilman Doug Shipman and members of the City Council, to all those up here on stage who are champions of immigrants, either by direct services or through policy. And there's many people on this stage that are missing who unfortunately could not be here today. But thank you so much. We are here to be a resource for this city, and we're pushing for a better tomorrow. May God bless this council. May God bless this city, and thank you so much.
So let's step forward and take a picture.
Fan base, but can deliver a very beautiful and amazing, memorable experience to all those who enjoy soccer. So thank you once again, to Councilman Doug Shipman.
Next, I would call forward Councilmember Faroki.
Policy. And there's many people on this stage that are missing who unfortunately could not be here today. But thank you so much. We are here to be a resource for this city, and we're pushing for a better tomorrow.
Mr. Moore, would you like to come on up? I am honored today to present a proclamation to Gregory Moore, who has served for 14 years as the commissioner of the SIAC sports league of a number of HBCUs, including Clark Atlanta and Morehouse. But when I was a kid, I was introduced to SIAC basketball and football first at the John Lewis Gymnasium at Morris Brown College, where as a 10-year-old, I don't think I'd ever seen so much fan fury and energy, and it has stuck with me to this day. Morris Brown no longer a member of the SIAC, but we were talking earlier, and hopefully they can come back. But Commissioner Moore has served a really distinguished tenure at the SIAC, has made it into a sustainable and successful sports conference with a number of institutions across the Southeast, including a handful in Georgia. His office is in my district, which is why I'm presenting this to him, but if you'll indulge me, I'd like to read this proclamation on your behalf. In recognition of SIAC Commissioner Gregory Moore, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize and honor Commissioner Gregory Moore. In 2009, Commissioner Moore was named the 4th full-time commissioner of the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference and served as the longest tenured full-time commissioner in the league's history. And whereas Commissioner Moore became responsible for the SIAC's day-to-day operations when the league was grappling with unprecedented fiscal challenges. During his 14 years at the conference, he confronted those challenges and increased the league's revenue while improving and negotiating multi-year partnerships. And whereas Commissioner Moore led the conference's efforts in fostering relationships and corporate sponsorship with the Coca-Cola Company, Nike, the Home Depot, Geico, Cricket Wireless, UBS, TIAA, Academy Sports, the Google Foundation, Georgia Power, and Toyota. And whereas during his tenure, the SIAC increased its top-line league revenue, raised its annual distribution to member schools, and added 5 new member institutions. It cultivated the largest reserve fund in league history and established the SIAC's first securities brokerage account. Commissioner Moore expanded the league's banking relationships to include 3 of the largest African American community banks within the conference's footprint, establishing accounts with Tri-State Bank of Memphis, First Liberty Bank of Tuskegee, and Citizens Trust Bank of Atlanta. And whereas Commissioner Moore guided the conference into digital marketing and social media content era, he increased its media and television visibility by negotiating a multi-year media rights agreement with ESPN and a league-wide website contract with Sidearm Sports. And finally, whereas under Commissioner Moore, the conference fostered relationships with the NBA and NFL to cultivate and enlarge recruiting pipelines and professional development forums for student athletes. It also garnered national attention for several historic feats in college sports. It became the first conference in NCAA history to initiate an all-women college football officiating crew and the first HBCU athletic conference to sponsor men's volleyball. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby commend Commissioner Gregory Moore for his contributions to HBCU and college athletics, his commitment to the SIAC, and for serving as a trusted steward to its leaders, student athletes, and alumni of its member institutions. Mr. Moore. Yeah, thank you.
And as a HBCU alum, Lincoln University of Missouri, I want to say congratulations and thank you for what you're doing. I also want to add in that Dr. James Franks, the first black president of the NCAA, my former president, I'm hosting his golf tournament this weekend. So I'm super happy to see this and see this happen because I know about the foundation that they laid to get you to that point. So congratulations. We're fully with you. You took HBCU sports to a moment that we needed it at. It's time to keep going. I appreciate you. Let's keep going.
Well, I want to thank Councilman Faroki for those remarks. I want to thank the Councilman and the entire City Council for this recognition. You know, when I heard those accomplishments being ticked off, I can only think that my father would have loved to hear that, and my mother would have believed it. But I will say very briefly that this is, I was a lawyer before I came here. I had a a previous life in politics as well, in terms of working for elected officials and public servants. But that this job has really been a labor of love. We were in tough shape 14 years ago. We have expanded our league by 30%. We have 5 other schools that want to join our league. And we've quietly been in downtown Atlanta for, approaching 109 years, founded in the AU Center. So there's a rich history here. I like to think that I left the league in better shape than I found it. I think the future is much brighter for this league. And I will say that there are some headwinds, facing the entire HBCU sector. There's a Supreme Court case that's going to be heard in October. Most legal observers, like myself, think that it's going to lead to the striking down of affirmative action. And when folks ask me what that looks like, I say, well, look no further than California and Texas, where the state minority enrollment population at flagship universities like UCLA went from 14% to 1%. And UT Austin went from 13-14% after they outlawed it to 1.6%. So I think when that case comes down as expected, these schools are going to be even more important, because many of these young people who are displaced by these kind of decisions will not be able to attend the schools they can afford, which is state universities, and will not be able to afford the private schools that are out of reach. So there's a tidal wave that's coming, which means that these schools, 100 that are left in this country, all of us have a stake in making sure that we protect them and nurture them and invest in them to keep these doors of opportunity with regard to education available to them. But with that, I say thank you, and I appreciate the recognition.
Is this your phone? I don't.
At this point, I'd ask Councilmember Bond to come forward in recognition of Atlanta Culinary Charities and Family Food Fest.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an honor to recognize those who are associated with Family Food Fest, an annual event, a traditional event around Father's Day, where men who come out and use their culinary skills to compete for good cause and for charities. Come on around, like a dinner table. Come on all the way around. And so this is an event that I have participated in, both as a patron and at one time as a chef. And I came very close to winning the competition with my world-famous spaghetti. Very close. My heart was broken, so I stopped cooking since I didn't win. But there are many people here. If you were there on Sunday, as I was with my family on Father's Day, you couldn't have asked for a better occasion. Collard greens, macaroni and cheese, dessert, chicken wings, beef. You had a smorgasbord that looked like good Southern cooking. Everything from the appetizer to the dessert. And so it was a great occasion to see all of the families, all the Atlantans who came out to participate. But we have a proclamation here in recognition of Family Food Fest, Atlanta 2022. And I'll read the proclamation in pertinent part. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is proud to recognize Atlanta Culinary Charities Incorporated for introducing the annual Family Food Fest Atlanta food tasting and fundraiser. Whereas Family Food Fest Atlanta is a multicultural Father's Day charity fundraiser and food tasting celebration that celebrates fathers and men who positively impact the families and communities this year, and the community partnerships, along with Frank Ski's organization and Mayor Andre Dickens served as honorary chairs, whereas the annual food festival features great cuisine from well-known chefs, cooks, caterers, and restaurateurs in the Atlanta metropolitan area. In addition, it brings families together in a fun and energetic way to enjoy and host family fun activities, including entertainment, a silent auction, a kids zone, chef demonstrations, a healthcare zone, and many, many more. And whereas Atlanta Culinary Charities is a 501c3 nonprofit that endeavors to eliminate health disparities in underserved communities and to teach culinary life skills to high-risk inner-city boys and girls in the Atlanta area. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, or rather, therefore be it proclaimed, that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, do hereby recognize the Atlanta Culinary Charities Incorporated for producing the annual Family Food Fest Atlanta food tasting celebration and fundraiser on this Father's Day to support the efforts to teach culinary and life skills to Atlanta at-risk youth. In witness thereof, I've set my hand and have caused the seal of the City of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations. So he gave me an apron as an honorary chef. And one day I promised to return to make the world's greatest spaghetti. Diane, please have a word.
Thank you. I'm short. Good afternoon. I'm Diane Larche, president of the Atlanta Culinary Charities and event manager for Family Food Fest Atlanta. We first want to thank you, Councilman Bond, for all you have done for us. You and the late C.T. Martin have been with us from the very beginning. We want to also acknowledge the support from Council members Marcy Overstreet, Keisha Waits, Jason Winston, Matt Westmoreland, and Andrea Boone, and especially the honorary chairs, Councilmember Boone, Westmoreland, and Overstreet, for several years of your support for us. We are celebrating our 20th anniversary of producing a positive, successful Father's Day food tasting celebration for men, particularly black men and men of color. This fun-filled event recognizes dads and men who serve as father figures, and it celebrates the family. We started this journey in 2002 at the Georgia Freight Depot, and that's where we had our event this past Sunday. Our community partner this year was our very first community partner, and that was the Frank Ski Kids Foundation. Frank Ski and Mayor Andre Dickens, Attorney Ben Crump, Ambassador Andrew Young were some of our honorary chairs this year. Often black men are not portrayed in a positive light. We want to present them on their day, showing their love for their families, community, and of course, so they can show off their culinary talents and have bragging rights of who can cook the best. Here with me today, I just want to acknowledge our logistic chair, Jeremy Cormier, one of our chefs from Le Cordon Bleu, Chef Jaquez Cruz. We call him Chef Blue. And Carla Belcher, who is our cook coordinator. It's Carla. Also, Angela Kidd Jones. Where are you, Angela? She actually won. We like to show female chefs because they don't often get the recognition they need. Her dish won. And so if I can I'll give a little shout out to some of our sponsors we couldn't do without UPS. WSB TV2 Family to Family, Georgia Natural Gas, the Black Greek Letter Consortium, Panhellenic Council, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, KISS 104, Waffle House, Gus's Fried Chicken, Fulton County Commissioners, and of course, the City of Atlanta. So thank you, Mr. Bond. We appreciate all of your support, and all of Atlanta City Council, Keisha Waits, and all of you guys. Marcy, we love you and we appreciate you. Thank you.
That's yours. Would any of my colleagues like to say a word? I mean, you can. Okay. All right. Well, as we conclude, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the name of my own grandfather, Mr. Claude Clopton Sr., who was a Navy-trained chef back in World War II, who worked for almost 38 years at the Candler Seminary as the head chef out there, who taught me how to cook. And so my grandfather and my grandmother would battle on Sundays. They would prepare a big Sunday meal, and then they would ask us how good it was, but would not tell us who had cooked it. And often to my grandmother's chagrin, my grandfather outpaced her. Even though she's still alive, she's 96, she still cooks. But he edged her out. And so Real Ben Cook, Family Food Fest that allows men to cook and demonstrate. And congratulations to our winner. But in preparing the meal, it puts fatherhood back at the head of the table, and we appreciate all of you all for being here. And so without further ado...
One quick thing?
Of course. You say, yeah, this is your day.
There were a few chefs, male chefs who won. The Creole Culinary Club, Mr. James Lestrap, Chef Lestrap, and they also won. And I also forgot to mention Steve Allen, international artist, is honorary chair, and he's here with us as well. Thank you.
All right. That's right. Steve Allen's a talented artist that was responsible for making sure that we had Olympic artwork on par, well, without par, during the 1996 Olympics. So not only is your hand talented with a ladle, but it is extremely talented with a paintbrush. So without further ado, let's do what City Council does best. Let's take a picture. Let's come up front.
All right. With that, we will now move into remarks by the public. We've had a number of folks sign up today, so I would ask everyone to please abide by the time. First up, we have Henry Jordan.
Give me now to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here, is to judge me, O God, and plead my cause against an ungodly nation. O deliver me from the deceitful and unjust man. Psalms 43:1. Hope thou in God as a maker. I read the word of Jesus to James Griff because Christ said James will fight against his word. The word of God gives life and created the income. And James is fighting against the word thereof he asked for death. And he did not many mighty works there because of their unbelief. Matthew 13, chapter 58 verse. You see the miracle what Jesus has done in me, and you still fight against it. Jesus said, I can't work for the city. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He has left off to be wise and to do good. Psalm 36, chapter 3rd verse. David first describes the rebellious sinner, then the blessedness of the righteous man, and concludes with a prayer that the righteous man may be protected from the wicked. Receive us. We have wronged no man. We have corrupted no man. We have defrauded no man. 2 Corinthians 7, chapter 2nd verse. I ask Jesus, can you create income without deceit, defraud, mischief, treachery, lying, robbery, covetousness, or any form of oppression? He started giving me intellectual properties, business plans, etc. before I knew it. That created over $1 billion. Putting your behind in my face, work against Christ's income. So why should you have it? Jesus created income to promote his righteous plan.
Time has expired.
Obey Jesus. I want to obey Jesus. You should also too.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Dr. Keith Slaughter. Because of yielded time, you'll have 10 minutes.
To the mayor of our great city and our council president, to my councilman, Antonio Lewis, District 12, and to all the members of the council. My name is F. Keith Slaughter. I am pastor of the Beloved Community Church of Atlanta. I serve as a professor at the Interdenominational Theological Center, which is located in the AU Center. And I'm the Chief Visionary Officer for the Beloved Community Development Corporation, which is located in the Pittsburgh community. As you know, as you may know, the Pittsburgh community is an historic area here in Atlanta. It's the first black suburb founded in Atlanta in the late 19th century. And what we were able to do in Pittsburgh was to be able to purchase a building some 7 years ago, and we began the process of making an assessment of what the people in the community needed. A couple of years after that, we started the Beloved Community Development Corporation. And this organization, this institution that we have formed, has now been responsible for attempting to bring some light in an otherwise dark space called Pittsburgh. Of course, we're aware that gentrification has traumatized, demoralized the people, displaced the people in the Pittsburgh community. And when we found the opportunity, there was a person who was selling their property 1 block over from us. And we collaborated with them in the spirit of sharing and service in the community. They allowed us to purchase the building that developers had their eyes on. They allowed us to purchase the building if we promised to make it a space of service, and that's what we did. As such, we opened a few months ago the beloved community annex. Is called the Little Zion Annex because it was formerly a church that we were able to purchase. There we operate our food pantry. We operate a day shelter where persons who are homeless, who are displaced or who have been displaced and who are in the process of being displaced by gentrification are able to come and try to make a transition out of the community. What we do each Sunday is we provide between 100 and 120 boxes of food to members of the community. We have done that every Sunday without fail for the last 7 years. But something strange happened a couple of years ago called the COVID-19 pandemic. I have been in ministry for 36 years, but I truly became a pastor 2 years ago when COVID came. As a result, our congregation decided that we would not close our doors, but we would open our doors wider because the people in the community were suffering, and what we did was meet to discuss and discover how we could make a positive difference in the midst of this season of transition. So what we did was we decided that we would serve meals to the children who were not able to go to school. Once we started serving the children, what we discovered is that the adults were starving to death. One of the most poignant occasions that I've had to share, because again, I say I became a pastor because I got to know the people in the community. Instead of showing up on Sundays and Wednesdays, I'm now there every day of the week, as are many members of our community, as are many members of our church who serve as our staff and volunteers, many without compensation, some with compensation whenever we're able to grasp a grant, and they come few and far between. But what we decided to do after we started feeding the children, and then children went back to school, what we discovered was that the adults were starving. And I asked one of the persons who came to share, one of our guests, because we serve on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. When the pandemic was in full bloom, we served every day. But we serve Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays now because I was killing my staff. And they're over there laughing now. And I asked the brother, where do you eat when we're not open? And his answer was, I don't. And so I'm here to plead on behalf of the Pittsburgh community, the members who are part of what we know as bando culture, people who live in the abandoned houses, because even though the houses may be vacant, they're not empty. People live in them. And so what we decided to do was open a day shelter where people can come during the day. You hear people talk about cooling centers. Well, we got a cooling center because that's what we do. We just don't call it that. We call it a day shelter. We provide folks who come through with meals. We created space for showers, spaces for people to wash clothes. We provide everything that a person who has a shelter over their head at night but has no electricity, no resources whatsoever, we provide the resources. And so we need help doing that. We've served, and I jokingly say, we fed more people than Jesus at the Beloved Community Church. You know how many they say Jesus fed? We fed more than that. We do so with the help of our councilman, who tries to keep us aware of opportunities that are before us that we might be able to take advantage of. So that we can make sure that we are fair with the volunteers, that we can continue. I mean, we got the great big, we used to have the little refrigerators, but the food pantry required us to expand. So we went and got the great big refrigerators. Now we got the great big electricity bills that go with them, right? We have to run the air conditioners all night because the heat from the refrigerators make the building hot. And it's putting a great strain on our church and on the people who volunteer. My church is a small church. You know, we're barely recovering from COVID, from the pandemic, and we need help to continue to provide the services that we have begun to provide. I'd like to ask some of my members to stand. That is my wife, Arnetta, Sister Gwen, Sister Red, Brother Marcus, Brother Brian. They all selflessly give of their time and their service to make sure that people are able to be served Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and Tuesdays and Thursdays, Saturdays and Sundays. On Saturdays, we collaborate with students from the AU Center, and they come over and make literally thousands of sandwiches, and we provide the water, we provide the meat, we provide the bread, and they take the sandwiches out under the bridges to the people. That ministry emanates from our church. We're a small church, but we got great big ministry because we are committed to doing the work. It is unacceptable for me to be an irrelevant pastor. It's unacceptable. And so I generally don't ask people for money unless I'm asking for it to give it to somebody else. And so I'm asking, I'm pleading, I understand that there are funds available and we want to access them because we merely see ourselves as a conduit. It comes through us and it goes to the members of the community so that they might be able to subsist and to survive. It's literally life and death. Quick anecdote to see as I got 20 seconds. You know, y'all know sex work is work too. And our community is ravaged by those who prey on sex workers. And so just the other day, I walked into the day shelter and I saw sisters who had a hard night of work the night before, laid back in the recliners with the air blowing, with Black News Network on the television, and having a moment of respite. That's what we do. That's what we provide. We're important to this city. We love this city, and we solicit your help.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone supporting speakers. I would ask that you do it through snaps or hand waving or something in the chamber, please. Next, we'll have Denise Rubin, due to yielded time, 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Rubin. I'm an organizer with Women on the Rise, Georgia. I am also formerly incarcerated, and I've been home about 3 years. I got home and I was able to get a job. I volunteered for a year. I got a job with Women on the Rise, so I'm now a productive citizen. And I'm here to ask you to close the jail. The money that's being used to keep the jail open, we could use that to open a center for well-being. We need a center where we're not asking for a handout, but a hand up. We need a hand up, folks like me, we need a hand up. We need a place where services are provided, resources are provided, housing is provided, mental health services. I think if folks had the support, like the support that I've had when I got out, they would become better citizens as well. So I think we should take the money that's being used to keep the jail open, and it's less than 40 people there a night. I think we can do something different and heal our community and, provide some love and empowerment and give folks a stable, a better quality of life. Let me say that. And I think that's all that we need. I think if we do something different, then we'll get a better outcome than what we've been getting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Allison Johnson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here today, Allison with Housing Justice League. I'm here to talk about the importance of the Tenants' Bill of Rights. I'm also here to talk about the importance of rent stabilization in this state. Our organization is not just rooted in community. It's rooted in the people in the community. And it is about anti-displacement, anti-gentrification. We've all seen the report in the AJC over the past week. Well, those things are far too common in our communities. And we cannot sit back and allow those types of articles to continue to happen in our city. We door knock, we talk with people, we organize with people, and most of them are renters. Over these 8 months that we've been organizing people around the right to remove the repeal that the state statute currently holds that bans rent stabilization, the first thing that we hear is, I gotta go. I'm being evicted. If folks don't have an access or right to counsel, that's just what's going to happen. They're going to be evicted and displaced out of this city. We can no longer afford to stay silent about this matter. We have to talk about housing as a human right. Everyone deserves a decent place to live. We've got to come together, not just as residents or as council persons, but as caring persons for one another. We've got to figure out and not just talk about it, but we got to be about it. We want to have a tenant's Bill of Rights. I know my time is up, but I'm going to ask one council person for 2 minutes.
Actually, no, I'm sorry. In review with the law department, that is actually public comment is covered by codes of ordinances, and the only way to extend time would be a new ordinance. I apologize.
Well, I'm going to fight for that too. But I'm going to end my time today with saying that the pressure is not just on you. It's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that imbalance of power is a transformative piece of justice for housing.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Eric Triel, sorry.
My name is Eric Terrell. Been a civil rights actor for years. We need better rent control. Also, we need better housing. They go in the community and tear them down, and then say they're going to build affordable houses. That's the reason our street are getting overflowed every day because of the condition that we are putting our people in. It's easy to say that I live in Atlanta and then I had to come here and live in the streets. They blocked me from living. They put blocks up on the bridges. They banning me away. But that don't do no good. I still need a place to lay my head. I need a place to eat. I need a place to bathe. I need a place for my children to lay their head. If I don't have a place for them to lay their head, they have to do the same thing I do, sleep in the streets.
under the bridge, and we're not doing no better because you are living and you're able to pay your rent and your water bill, and you're not getting up, helping those that are in need. We're coming back again. And I'm saying it for the last time. We need help. I won't be silent anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Margie McLeod.
That's a hard act. Hey, I know we've been talking about rent control, and we need rent control. It's very important. If California could do it, New York could do it, because our city is hurting. It's hurting. It's because one day, y'all might have to have rent control, because people is not making the hours like they're supposed to be making. I work in the community. I've been everywhere. We can do this. I know y'all got election, and I don't think y'all remember the 70s. Who remember the 70s? You had Tent City. Anybody know about the Tent City in California? Can you go back? Because we're repeating ourselves. Because this was going to happen. We're worrying about how shiny this place look, how the city look. Soccer coming in 26, it's going to be a wave, a big wave. It's not affordable housing. What is affordable houses? Well, we need rent control. I don't see how y'all could walk down the street of 5 Point when you see children's out here, families don't have nowhere to go, and they living in cars. How can y'all stomach that? Can we do this? We could do it. We do everything else. You get an animal park, $1 million. And I'm not going to try about, I wish I could have $83,000. You know what I could do with $83,000? Huh? Pay people rent, find places for them. But sometimes we misappropriate our money. We don't make sure we put the money in the right place. So we could do it. It's election time. It's not election time now, but we can't do rent control. We need rent control. I have a grandson don't understand. He said, Grandmama, what you mean by rent control? I said, but you know how much they have to pay rent? 1 bedroom is $1,500 to $1,600 a month.
Time's expired.
Thank you. Your grandson, too, he might need rent control.
The next 3 speakers have yielded time, so we will hear from next in Werkheiser.
Hi, my name is Ann Werkheiser. I'm a mental health provider, and I'm here to tell you to zero out the budget for the jail, fund housing and other supportive resources, and do not, under any circumstances, sell the jail or lease the jail to Fulton County. The budget speaks to our values, and right now this budget says that we value ripping people, primarily those who are black, brown, poor, or in need of mental health services, from their communities and locking them up. I want to see a budget that says we value healing, value support, value growth, and value human lives. The vast majority of people who commit crimes do so from a place of unmet need. We have an opportunity to meet some of those needs with housing, with diversion initiatives, with services, and with support. We can keep our communities safe by taking care of each other, by allowing those in crisis to heal surrounded by their family, friends, and community supports, and those that a racist and classist system has marginalized to safely have their needs met, surrounded by the support of their community, their family, their friends, and us as a city. What we have is not working. It's so very clearly not working when we're spending $16 million on a jail with 40 people in it. And you have an opportunity to do better. Zero out the budget for the jail, pour resources into housing and into services, divert people out of prison, decriminalize things so we don't have to put them in jail in the first place, reform bail, rent control, all of those things would help, would root out the problem at the source. Do not sell the jail to Fulton County to lock more of our neighbors up. Zero out the budget for the jail and fund things that will actually help a city that you claim to care about.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Reverend Eldson McGee.
afternoon. I just want to thank everybody for this opportunity, especially my city councilman, for giving us this opportunity to come before you to talk about the Sons of Atlanta Vietnam Memorial Project. That's part of the city budget this year. We've been working on this project since 2015. This project represents 240 young men from Fulton County, Atlanta, Georgia, who were killed in Vietnam. We just want to put some value to that service, value to military service for this city. These young men went into the military during one of the most turbulent times in this country history, during the Vietnam War. And a lot of people didn't realize there was a time of draft. You know, you was drafted into the military, you went in, and you did what you had to do. And then you came home. And you came home to a divided, separated nation, not realizing that they had did something that the country was trying to do all along. When I left Atlanta, Georgia in 1967, I left a segregated community. But as soon as I got to Fort Benning, Georgia, I was integrated in an integrated military. The spirit that these young men served for was to unify this country, this democracy. Every major city in the country, and especially in the state of Georgia, have built memorials to these young men. It started in 2012 when President Obama signed the proclamation for the 50th year commemoration of the Vietnam War. It's Atlanta City Council, in every city, you know, we were down here, they gave us a thank you for your service, but not a memorial.
Time has expired.
Thank you. I gave you a copy of, everybody got a copy, everybody got my email, everybody will see us as veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Robert Dukes.
Thank you, Councilman President and Councilman Michael Barnes. I'd like to thank each and every council member for giving us the opportunity to speak. I am a Vietnam-era veteran who actually have lost brothers during the Vietnam War. And I'm here to ask that the City Council support Councilman Bond's commitment to help veterans erect this memorial and monument for the Sons of Atlanta. The families of these lost veterans have only a flag to commemorate their existence. The monument would do more than just commemorate, but it'll be an everlasting, historic legacy for those who lost their lives and gave the ultimate sacrifice. I'm asking the council members to support Mr. Bond's commitment to help the Sons of Atlanta Task Force. We, as veterans, have to see this through, because these veterans who lost their lives cannot speak for themselves. So we have to be their spokespersons. I ask that each councilman member assist the veterans, and I guarantee your constituents will be highly appreciative of you supporting veterans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Bernard Hodor. I apologize if I did not pronounce that correctly.
Hello, my name is Bernard Hodor. I am a veteran, United States Marine Corps, and our motto simply means simple fidelis, always faithful. These 240 young men and women some in the military, have paid the ultimate sacrifice for all of us to have the freedoms that we have. Now think, they gave their lives for us to be here as y'all are here. But we need for y'all to really take a look at the Sons of Atlanta project for these young men. I have been suffering from a state of prostate cancer from Camp Lejeune, so I have battled a battle, so I am here battling for these young men who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom to be recognized at Piedmont Park. Thanks to Councilman Bond for his leadership role in trying to be instrumental in getting this memorial at Piedmont Park. Please do support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ingina Jamaat.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jamaat, and I'm an internal medicine physician, and I have a Master of Public Health specializing in reproductive health. First, I want to thank you all for your work earlier this year in passing a resolution that expresses your commitment to reproductive justice and affirms the fundamental right to abortion care. Next, I'm excited and proud that the Atlanta City Council has the opportunity to be a leader in the South and the United States by allotting $300,000 of the budget to support people seeking access to abortion care. Healthcare is a human right, and abortion care is an essential component of reproductive health care. When people have access to a full range of healthcare services, including birth control, abortion care, and maternity care, they are healthier and their families thrive. Elected officials should stay focused on the health, safety, and economic security of our communities, particularly of people of color working to make ends meet by dedicating local resources for safe and accessible abortion care. In conclusion, we must mitigate the impending public health crisis that will be caused by the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, and I encourage you all to allocate funding for abortion care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Allison Kaufman.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Kaufman. I am the director of the Amplify Georgia Collaborative and the chair of the Atlanta Reproductive Justice Commission. I'm here to thank the City Council for their continued support of abortion access. You know that we're facing the very real possibility of the fall of Roe, which is an essential federal protection for abortion rights. And if that were to fall, we're likely to see a 6-week ban on abortion care here in Georgia. Although the City Council cannot stop the ban, there is a lot that you can do. One, you can pass the resolution being put forth by Councilperson Bakhtiari and commit that the city won't criminalize folks for accessing abortion care. Abortion bans are just one more way of criminalizing poverty, and Black women and gender-expansive folks are specifically targeted. Atlanta must push back. Second, you can and must create a city-funded abortion fund. We know that abortion bans hurt the most. Abortion bans and restrictions hurt folks who are trying to make ends meet and fall hardest on Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, LGBTQ folks, and young people. Folks with access to resources will be able to access care by traveling out of state to get what they need. By creating a fund, the city can make it so that all Atlantans, no matter their income, can get the care they need and deserve and build the families and futures they want. The money could be distributed through ARC Southeast, a Black woman-funded and run abortion fund based here in Atlanta and serving Georgians in 5 other southern states. ARC provides small grants directly to folks so they can cover the cost of the care, but also the cost of accessing services like child care, lodging, and travel. Atlanta is a hub for healthcare. Y'all have the opportunity to have an impact on folks across the South by ensuring access to care now. I don't think folks really understand how hard this is going to fall on working folks, on people of color, and on rural folks. Now really is the time to act and to put money where your commitment already is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tracy Singletary.
I'm Tracy Singletary, Vietnam vet.
in addition to the money that you're allocating for our memorial, I encourage each and every one of you to make sure that you buy brick so that you and your family will be represented, and also encourage your friends to purchase a brick that will be at the memorial. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Craig Pendergrast.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Craig Pendergrast. I am here on behalf of property owners in the city, condo owners, apartment dwellers, apartment owners, commercial properties, to thank the City Council Utilities Committee for unanimously voting in favor of the ordinance alternative that has been presented for repealing the frontage fee and multi-family fee that was charged for what were called common good solid waste services, and substituting instead the payment for those types of services from the general fund, as they really should be paid for. So I want to thank the Mayor Dickens, who I understand to have been in support of this, President Shipman, who has taken an important role on that, the Law Department for their input to get us to where we are today, and each of you for your support of this. It's on your consent agenda. It's the right way to do it. It's the legal way to do it. It's the fair way to do it. And I do understand that there's a possibility that as you vote on your overall city budget, that there may be a millage rate increase that corresponds to what the solid waste study recommended. And our analysis was that there were some serious questions, concerns, flaws in that rate study, and some inconsistencies that one way of paying it would have been a third less than this millage rate. So I would suggest that the lower millage rate be used, frankly. But in any event, revisit this within the next 2 years, do a real audit, really analyze the services that are performed and needed. And thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rebecca Stanley. Rebecca Stanley. Next is Emily Backus.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Backus. I'm a teacher in Atlanta Public Schools, which is why you're going to be seeing a lot of me this summer. I'm doing some hands-on civic engagement. Once again, I am asking you to close the Atlanta City Detention Center and to instead spend the $16.1 million that it costs to operate on services that heal, not harm. The comments we've heard today show the struggles facing Atlanta residents. Housing insecurity and food insecurity are reaching a crisis level. A budget that addresses the root causes of harm is more efficient and more just than one that cages people. Programs like the Pre-Arrest Diversion Program and affordable housing initiatives deserve more funding to be able to reach more residents. There has been some talk about leasing the empty jail to Fulton County for them to use. The overcrowding in Fulton County's jail has an abundance of humane and evidence-based solutions: bail reform, decarceration, and pre-arrest diversion. The proposed solution of leasing ACDC is not a solution. It is an abandonment of the promise that City Council made in 2019. For those of you counting, that is 3 years ago. 3 years since there was a promise from the mayor and City Council to close the jail. 3 years is a lot of time for people to be in cages when there is a pandemic. Giving Fulton County more jail cells is like giving Lucy more footballs to pull away from Charlie Brown as he kicks. If you give Fulton County more jail cells, you are causing harm to our neighbors. You have an opportunity to set an example of healing for the rest of the country. I hope you will take that chance and close the jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Micah Hurskind.
Good afternoon. I am Micah Herskind. I'm with the Southern Center for Human Rights and the Communities Over Cages campaign to close the Atlanta City Detention Center. So we've been talking about closing the jail for a while. I know you guys all see me here quite a bit. What I want to talk about today mainly, though, is actually the proposal that's been on the table and we've seen in the media at various points to give ACDC to Fulton County. And I want to talk a little bit about why that really doesn't make any sense. And the first point that I think is probably the most important is that despite making continued requests and demands for the use of ACDC, Sheriff Labatt has yet to produce any detailed data on who actually is in the Fulton County Jail. And he has not actually justified in any way why this request is a need rather than really just a convenient workaround as opposed to dealing with the root of the problem. So I think when we think about responsible governance and financial transparency and really just even general negotiation practices, it would really never make sense to give someone something so massive and valuable and prized just simply because they say they need it without actually producing any of that data. We are looking for data on who exactly is sitting in the jail while unindicted, who's sitting there because they can't afford to post bond, so that's someone who the judge has, a judge has said could be released and they simply just don't have the financial resources to get out. Who's in there on a technical violation of parole, something that no one would really consider all that serious and otherwise isn't even a crime. Who's been sitting in the jail for a year or 2 years without ever even seeing a judge. There are so many cases and so many questions that we just don't know the answer to of who is sitting in the Fulton County Jail, that giving over ACDC just because someone says that they need it without producing this data would really just be, government malpractice. It's 100% true that the conditions in the Fulton County Jail are inhumane and absolutely despicable. I know some of you have toured it and seen just how terrible it is. Members of our campaign have been in that jail. It's the advocates, it's us who have been pressing for years to try to depopulate the jail, to try to improve the conditions. And it's been Fulton County who has sidestepped our requests and ignored our calls for better conditions at every step of the way. It was just this past weekend when Ebenezer Church held a bailout in order to get some people out of that jail, get them out of those terrible conditions. So again, this idea that advocates don't care about what's happening in Fulton County Jail is absolutely not true. And actually, when we look at the problem and
Time
the
is
reason...
expired.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just close by saying, because there's no timer, just please think twice before you even entertain discussions to give over the jail. There should be no discussion of even, thinking about giving over such a massive piece of property without even seeing, exactly what the supposed justification is to want to need that facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kelsey Bond. Kelsey Bond. Next is John Taylor. And given yielded time, Mr. Taylor, you'll have 6 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Shipman, Mayor. Special thanks to Councilmember Antonio Lewis for being such an amazing partner, leader, and ally for us. I'm here today representing Black Male Initiative Georgia. Many of you have seen my face in various capacities in labor, community organizations, et cetera, et cetera. But today I'm here because we started an organization that was focused on lifting up the positive attributes of black men. We started an organization that was focused on telling the narrative about black men that was different than the narrative that is out in the world. We wanted to challenge the stereotype. We started an organization that was focused on creating a vision in our society that would allow us to have brothers and sisters work together to raise babies in communities that would heal, that would help, that would create hope. See, we started an organization and we thought about what were we going to do with this organization, so we looked up Adinkra symbols, African heritage. We figured out our logo based on 5 pillars of work and ethic: civic engagement, criminal justice reform, economic enfranchisement, education, mental health and wellness, but specifically black mental health and wellness. See, we started an organization because we understand as black men the pain and suffering of the ongoing trauma of wearing this skin in this society, of knowing that even when people say they support you, some of them are afraid of you. We understand that there are so many black men and boys, women and children in our community that are suffering. So we started an organization to focus specifically on programmatic work that would have a material condition shift and impact in our community. So in civic engagement, both on the C3 and C4 side, we run canvas operations every day. We knock doors. We don't just knock the doors of the super voters that are already going out to make sure that they voted, because today is election day, so we know everybody should have voted today. If you have not, you have until 7:30 p.m. Make sure you're in line, get out to the polls. We don't just knock those doors. We knock the doors of the infrequent and low propensity voters, those folks they call throwaway voters, the folks we call low investment voters for black men. We go to communities and neighborhoods that most people try to avoid. We knock on those doors and we talk to them about the issues that are important to them. And once we've had that conversation and we've usually registered them to vote, or we've re-registered them to vote, or we've inspired them and given them hope because we listened to what they had to say, then we ask them to come out on doors with us. Because it's not good enough to go vote. That's the bare minimum. And we don't believe in the bare minimum. We believe the initiative is all you need. So we drive the initiative. We do criminal justice work. Right now, we are working to develop not just expungement hearings, as we talked about in previous city council meetings, the need to have record restriction done, but we're looking at multi-county misdemeanor record restriction work done so that individuals who have paid their fines, done their time, came home, our brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, our family members, get to become active citizens again because they can register to vote. But again, registering to vote is only one piece of the puzzle. I need them to be able to apply for housing, to apply for employment. I need for them to be able to have food on their table, to take care of their kids, which means they need an opportunity. So we are a resource generator in our community, because I'll take a brother who just did 10 years in prison and come home and pay him $15 an hour to talk to other brothers in the community about how not to end up in the same situation. Criminal justice reform is more than just telling people not to commit crimes and putting money into policing. Criminal justice reform is in reimagining what our communities look like. So when we talk about economic enfranchisement, those young folks that we pay, those folks that come home, those folks who don't have bank accounts, we partner with Truist and other banking institutions so that we can provide them the opportunities to have bank accounts, debit cards, opportunities so they can put their money somewhere where it can accrue and grow and develop for them. We teach them common sense planning, 3-bucket system. First, live within your means. Second, learn how to save. Third, figure out investment. And if you do all those things right, you might go on vacation. But more importantly, you'll leave it better than you found it. That's what my grandmother said. So, when we talk about black mental health and wellness, we think it's imperative to have a wraparound service. It is imperative that we don't just treat the symptom but the disease. It is imperative that folks who have gone through the ongoing trauma of living in this skin have an opportunity to speak with someone if they need help, because we know hurt people hurt people. We understand that healing is a process and a journey. It doesn't have a destination. So we make sure we connect folks and our citizens, black men and boys in our community, to support services. Right? And lastly, education. I want y'all to understand me with these last 15 seconds. We had a crew of 20 young folks today over at Atlanta Metropolitan College doing an internship program. Shout out to Councilmember Antonio Lewis for helping us make that happen. The first thing we asked those young folks was, if you had a superpower, what would it be? The overwhelming majority said they wanted to be invisible. So I want to leave you with the idea of, imagine what it was like when you were 13 years old and you were scared and you were alone and you were frustrated. Imagine when nobody heard your voice. Imagine what it felt like for nobody to understand you. Imagine how painful it is to walk in those kids' skin and the only thing they want to do is be invisible so they can have a second to figure it out.
Time's expired.
We don't want them to be invisible. Thank you, President Shipman. We want them to be empowered. So we implore you to fully fund and give the resources necessary to our programs so that we can empower each of those young men.
Thank you. Next is Aaron Hussein. And due to yield to time, you'll have 4 minutes. Our timer's not working, so I'm going to keep it here, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute left, okay?
I have folders for you guys. My name is Areen Hossein, and on the morning following my 27th birthday, my best friend of 17 years, Miriam Abdul-Rab, was followed home and kidnapped from her front doorstep. She was murdered less than an hour later. Miriam was killed by a registered sex offender, DeMarcus Brinkley. Brinkley had ample prior offenses and was released early on parole in November of 2020. Under the state of Georgia's supervision, DeMarcus Brinkley killed Miriam. His prior convictions include child molestation, attempted rape of a 7-year-old, and attempted rape of a 5-year-old. The severity of his prior convictions are horrifying within themselves, and Brinkley should not have been given the opportunity to walk among society as freely as anyone else. As of today, DeMarcus Brinkley has still not been assigned a level. Miriam's family and closest friends have created a petition outlining what would now be part of Miriam's Law and has gone over 10,000 signatures. Our objective with Miriam's Law is to enlist proper safeguards for our community against any sex offender that is released on parole. First, we ask that registered sex offenders have an identifier on their state-issued ID or driver's license. This would help business owners and their staff be cognizant of who is in their establishment. Last, we ask that all sex offenders, regardless of their offense, wear an ankle monitor upon their release. The ankle monitor is to be worn until the offender is properly leveled by the Sex Offender Registration Review Board. If the offender is leveled at level 1 or level 2, they will no longer have to wear the ankle monitor. If the offender is categorized as a sexually dangerous predator or a level 3, he or she will have to continue wearing the ankle monitor for the remainder of their time on parole. We truly believe if these safeguards would have been in place before, Miriam would still be here with us today. We hope you will continue to support us moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Victoria Bay.
Hello everyone, my name is Victoria Bay. I am here today because I am frustrated, because I work at the same bar as Miriam worked at, because I had to take on Miriam's Monday night shifts after she was murdered, after she was stripped away from her family, her friends, and her community. I am frustrated because she should still be working that shift. I am frustrated because our system, Georgia's system, failed to protect her. The ripple effects Miriam's murder has had in Atlanta still and will continue to linger in the service community today, especially for women. My heart rate goes up when I have to get out of my car and sprint to my front door after work at 4 a.m. My hands get sweaty when I have to go get gas. And I am not alone in this overwhelming fear. Parents are scared, people are traumatized, and our community is over it. How many more before change is considered? It does not fall on deaf ears that DeMarcus Brinkley was not the only one at fault in this case. We would be naive to only place the blame on the criminal and not our justice system. It is our responsibility to take action and to urge you to take action, to do more. Right now, it is not enough. For Miriam, it was not enough. I am here today to make you feel the responsibility that we feel, to protect our community and to put safeguards in place so that we do not have another case like Miriam's. The bill we are presenting will offer some sort of protection Miriam was not offered. And we ask for your support to get this done and to turn this tragedy into progress for Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Asia Morgan, and due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for your time. I'm here to speak about Miriam's Law as well, and some of the benefits for criminal justice reform and allocating those resources to monitoring those most predatory to our members of society. We understand the budget, we understand there's limited resources, and to best advocate for Miriam, we believe that enacting these laws and some of this legislation that's been drafted is the best way to focus on those that are most predatory, most deviant, most likely to reoffend. Right now, our city's too worried about small crime without the payoff of putting the resources in to combat it on the front end, adding money to education, adding money to stopping crime at its roots, rather than the people that have reoffended and continue to do so without proper monitoring and proper ramifications. Because DeMarcus Brinkley was not monitored the way he should have been, was never assigned a level of risk, Miriam's life was taken. In that time, Miriam has missed her sister's engagement, her brother starting a business venture, and the birth of her niece. Due to life stopping around Miriam, a lot of us have allocated our free time and made this our passion project. So we would like you to consider what we've taken our time and everyone else is here today to put forward seriously. And it is our understanding that these laws will be read into the record later today during this meeting. So I appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Madeline Drozendahl.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Madeline Drozendahl, and I'd like to thank you all for hearing my comment. I'd also like to thank you for passing a resolution that affirms the fundamental right to abortion earlier this year. I hope you will take your support for abortion access one step further by allocating funds to Atlantans who may need support to travel out of state to access abortion in the future. I'm asking this because I believe each of us should be able to live, work, and make decisions about our health and our future with dignity and economic security. We need to ensure that however much we earn, each of us can make decisions about pregnancy and parenting that are best for us. We need to ensure that we can each get reproductive health care, such as birth control, pregnancy tests, prenatal care, and yes, abortion, as it is such an important part of ensuring equal economic opportunities. We're reimagining a society in a post-Roe world where everyone is able to receive the abortion care they need and create their families without barriers, fear, or interference from others. A society that leads with compassion and puts our families' health, safety, and real-life needs first. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Shirley Sapp Davenport.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your time. To President Shipman and to all of you great, wonderful people, and especially to Mr. Michael Bond, who I've worked closely with in the community, in the East Lake community with Ms. Eva Davis and Dr. Maria Pullen and Sherry Dorsey many years ago. So I'm so happy to be back with you all because I just want to thank you all for your service. I followed you down through the years. I am here representing Women on the Rise. Ms. Marilyn Wynn, Denise, who you heard earlier, my daughter Elizabeth Davenport, who's an attorney, my son Paul Sapp, who is working on a film regarding this crisis we're facing, and my son here, Marion, whose 18-year-old son, little Marion, was brutally stabbed in this jail, and he has a collapsed lung and stitches in his head. And I just want to come to you today. Is that my time? Was I given 1 minute? Just 1 minute? Okay. Well, I'm here to say that we should close the jail because it serves no productive purpose. No enlightenment, no enhancement, no illuminating progress. What is the percentage of the inmates who are released that have a degree or a trade, a career trade? I have a lot to say, but this jail is not safe, traumatizing to say the least. So I'm here to say, we're curious to know, would you rather be a conduit for integrity and safety or an institution that is constantly shunned? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is
Please close the jail.
Next is Marley Davis.
Good afternoon. I'm Mawali Davis, here as a co-founder of the Black Man Lab, an organization that was born out of the work we were doing with Let Us Make Man 17 years ago. And the work centers around young black men, focusing our energy on how we can create safe, what we call safe and sacred spaces for them. One of the things that we have been doing most recently is we've been going into neighborhoods, going door to door. We were recently in the Pavilion Apartments, which has been featured or being featured in the AJC. We have also been in Allen Temple. We'll go door to door with groups of African American men knocking on doors to let young people and their family members know about programs. What we know is that they may not come here, but we can go to them. And that's the work that we've been doing with Black Man Lab. And so we'd ask that you would consider allocating additional resources. The cost of incarceration is really overwhelming. As an attorney, I see it on a daily basis, the cost of policing, the cost of incarceration. But what we don't have enough of investment in is the cost of education and our ability to spread out and build around love. And that's what our focus has been, is bringing love into the community. We call it the We Love Y'all Too Much community canvassing. And so we're going all throughout the Atlanta metro area. We'll continue doing that. We'll be out this weekend in DeKalb. Hopefully we'll come back in the following week and be in the Vine City area, just bringing men and then taking the direction of the indigenous leadership and moving around and really trying to be hope, love, and inspire our young people. And so with you all support, we also were able to do it with Councilwoman Boone, who we were able to go in Allen Temple. So again, invest in the work that we do with our young African American men, and we'll all be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anton Tran.
Hi, my name is Anton Tran. I'm a PhD researcher at Georgia Tech, and I'm with Housing Justice League. And I'm here to advocate for the Tenant Bill of Rights and call attention to the eviction crisis. Since 2020, there's been 225,265 evictions filed despite the moratoriums. In Fulton County, in 2020, 433 evictions were filed every single week on average. That increased to 611 in 2021, and now 864 for 2022 to date. This is increasing at a staggering rate, and the answer rate, meaning tenants who respond to an eviction filing, is only 36%. That means about a third of tenants understand what to do when a dispossessory warrant happens. And in 2022 right now, that rate is 12.6%. This is a huge issue and speaks to why we need a tenant bill of rights. We need access to counsel, and we need access to care. I want to shift attention now, though, to what's happening in the city. A study by the Washington Post found that 25% of all homes were bought by corporations in 2021. All property purchases for single-family homes were bought by corporations. That rate goes up to about 53% for some black neighborhoods like English Avenue and Vine City. And what happens when private equity and corporations buy these homes? They evict at a higher rate. A 2016 study found that this was 8% higher on average. A 2020 study in Atlanta found similar results, and these landlords are more likely to use the threat of eviction. They're not interested in being landlords, they're interested in the collateral value of these properties, and they neglect them and create severe habitability issues. This is why we need an Office of Tenant Advocacy that can enforce existing measures to curb and increase landlord accountability. There are apartment complexes that we organize with over 185 code violations and a management turnover rate of 4 times in 6 months. There is no landlord accountability, there are severe habitability problems, and there is an eviction crisis. We need to do something about this, and I urge the City Council to implement the Tenant Bill of Rights.
Thank you. Next is Devin Franklin, and due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Devin Franklin. I've spoken to you a few times before. If you don't recall, I am Movement Policy Counsel for the Southern Center for Human Rights. 4 minutes is more time than a few of my cohorts have had. It's not nearly enough time for me to speak about all the things that I care to speak about. Today is an urgent day. I understand that we are on the edge and precipice of voting on some really critical issues. The issue most pressing to me, of course, and as you've heard from several other people, including my co-worker Micah Herskin earlier, is this matter surrounding Atlanta City Detention Center and its imminent hopeful closure, but more importantly, what would happen with the building once it hopefully is closed. I know that there is so much discussion, there's so many things going on between the city and Sheriff Labatt and his request to lease it from the city, and I will join in asking that you all not lease that building to Sheriff Labatt or Fulton County. And I say that as a person who, again, was a public defender for 12 years. And we have not had the privilege of having access to current information that's not been given by Sheriff Labatt, but we have been able to track down some information regarding who is actually being held in the jail. And I know that the way that Bill Torpy and other people from AJ would think that Rice Street is full of people who have committed armed robberies or murders or sexual crimes. And screen just went blank. That is not consistent with the information we have in terms of who actually is in there. I'm beginning a review of people who have been in custody as of May 24th of this year. And what I am seeing is a number of people who are being held on misdemeanor crimes, things that are similar to what people are being held on in ACDC. And they're being held for things like criminal trespass, suspended licenses, nuisance charges, reckless conduct that is not enough to rise to a felony conviction. And I'm seeing people who are in there 35 days, 40 days. I've even seen someone in 128 days based on charges that have not been accused or indicted, or they simply have not been able to make a bond. Understand, they are being held because they are poor, and they are only being held because they don't have the money to get out. Fulton County Jail is overcrowded, not because of whatever this narrative is about rising crime in the city of Atlanta. It's overcrowded because of mismanagement. The mismanagement involves things that the sheriff himself has the constitutional authority to engage in to reduce the population at the jail. He has the authority to reduce sentences if they are sentenced under misdemeanors. Fonnie Willis and Keith Gamage have the ability to, well, Keith doesn't need a grand jury. Fonnie Willis has the ability to accuse certain persons without a grand jury when a defense attorney waives the procedure of indictment. And I've been present in meetings with Ms. Willis and the defense bar, public defenders, and private members of the defense bar, where people have en masse said, yo, we are willing to sign these things if they help us get people out. And we've not seen any action taken in that course. So what I am asking for you all to do is not reward mismanagement. I know it's a big ask, but I know we have also seen that the city of Atlanta has continued to throw good money after bad for so many years. I believe in 2019, the city budget was something for policing was about $198 million. We're approaching $230 million as it was, I believe, last year. We continue to put more money in seeking carceral resolutions and solutions to things that may or may not actually be problems. I see my time is running out. I'll wrap up. But we have not really putting any real meaningful effort or thought into those things that may actually help. Is $16 million being spent on a jail that doesn't serve a meaningful purpose? And we've heard from people talking about the Black Man Lab. We've heard from pastors who, with only $500,000 or $1 million, may be able to produce efforts that substantially impact and better the quality of life for the citizens of Atlanta. And I please ask for you all to give sincere thought and consideration to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Evan Matthews.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody that's here. Council President, the Mayor, Liliana Bakhtiari. I live on the East Side. She's my council member. I wanted to, share a little bit and echo a lot of Devin's sentiments. I was back home recently. When somebody passes away, you go through books, you go through boxes, you go through closets, and you come across a lot of old things. And I came across an old Izzy hat, right? Y'all remember Izzy? Okay, Izzy was the mascot for the Atlanta Olympics. Everybody loved Izzy. Nobody knew who Izzy was. But it got me thinking about the Olympics in 1996. And I really think about Atlanta before 96 and after 1996, right? And so we had a lot of fruits from 1996 that we're living with, but we can also recognize now that we made a lot of mistakes in 1996, right? People that are uprooted from Techwood are still uprooted, right? Homeless folks that got tickets out to Lawrenceville are still in Lawrenceville. And we still have a jail that's open that we know we don't need to use, right? And I say this knowing that we've already started to recognize that we're making these mistakes because we're trying to fix them. We commissioned a report with the Reimagine ACDC in 2019, okay? We are giving, millions of dollars to Policing Alternatives and Diversions Initiative. So we recognize that we made these mistakes, and my hope is that we recognize that we have answers to give to Fulton County, and we shouldn't be giving Fulton County our problem, okay? So we have investments, we have reasons, we have things that we can do to make sure that Fulton County can decarcerate instead of giving them a problem in 2022 that they're going to be dealing with in 2042, right? And so I'll close out by saying that, there's a lot of talk about doing this for people that are locked up in Fulton County. But if you want to know about MARTA, ask somebody that rides MARTA. If you want to know about a jail, ask somebody that's been locked up in it, okay? Ask someone if they want another jail or they want mental health supports, another jail or employment opportunities, another jail or a reimagined city. And we've been given that opportunity to listen to those folks today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Kevin Yakin. Again, I'm sorry if I didn't get that right.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kevin Joaquin, and I'm a community organizer at the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. And I also wanted to echo a little bit. Oh, and I'm also part of the Communities Not Cages Coalition. I wanted to echo a little bit about Evan and a lot of the other compas that were here with the Communities Not Cages Coalition. We're talking about a little bit about the history of the Atlanta City Detention Center. Considering especially how this reunion today started off by talking about Immigration Day or Immigration Heritage Day or Appreciation Day. In 1995, right around the same time that the Atlanta City Detention Center was being built to incarcerate black homeless people, INS, the agency before ICE, Immigration Naturalization Services, it told the Mexican consulate, please tell Mexicans and tell other Latinos to not be afraid to go to Atlanta because we need their immigrant labor to build everything that's going to host the Olympics. And thanks to that labor, like we were on the verge for Atlanta not being the city to not host the Olympics because we needed more labor for everything to be built. Fast forward a couple years later, Atlanta continued to be a conversation around immigration when the Atlanta City Detention Center collaborated with ICE to detain and help deport immigrants through the apparatus of different detention centers here in the state of Georgia. It ended up deporting over 579 immigrants not just from Mexico or Central America. These were immigrants from African countries. These were immigrants from India and other places in the world. And so I wanted to talk about this because we are talking about how Atlanta has been friendly towards immigrants, but I just want to say this: if Atlanta prospers, if black people in Atlanta prosper, then so do immigrant communities, so does the Latino community and other brown communities, and so we must shut down ACDC and repurpose it for an equity center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Oscar Trevino.
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Trevino. I'm a community organizer with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. And we're also a member of the Community Over Cages Coalition. And I'm here just to urge you, City Council, to allocate those funds for ACDC for a more positive equity center, that can be replaced, for this, instead of this jail. The $16.1 million that, fiscal year for 2023 is being proposed can be directed towards affordable housing, mental health facilities, among other things that can help our community. Currently, there's approximately 30 to 40 people jailed at the ACDC. And I mean, $16.1 million for basically empty jail. I mean, it sounds kind of crazy, right? I mean, that's averaging like $44,000 per inmate a year. I believe that ACDC can be transformed, for a more beneficial center. And I just want to ask and urge you to zero out the budget for ACDC. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Giovanni Serrano.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giovanni Serrano Laguna, and I'm a community organizer with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. GLAD is a nonprofit, community-based organization that educates, organizes, and empowers the Latinx and immigrant community across the entire state of Georgia to defend and advance their civil and human rights. And we're also part of the coalition Community Over Cages Close the ATO Jail. Today, we are demanding a transformative change within the city of Atlanta. Does it really make sense to have a jail that houses 30 people a night? Or would the city benefit more from the repurposing of ACDC into a center for community resources and affordable housing for all? Does it make sense that we increase the budget by $2.1 million for a grand total of $16.1 million to continue the operation of the Atlanta City Detention Center? Atlanta is currently facing a housing crisis whose roots are based on inequality, but the extreme shortage of affordable housing is exacerbating the challenges thousands of Atlanta families already face. Thus, when there is a will to truly help your community, resources would have not even been considered for an empty jail. Houston, the nation's foremost populous city, has moved more than 25,000 homeless people directly into apartments and houses, and has become the role model for others to follow. So why is that our own city is falling behind? I know we can do way better than Houston, only if there was a will to help your community. The city of Houston accomplished this by teaming up with county agencies and local service providers, and even tackle the difference of nonprofit grassroots organizations to come together and tackle this issue. Fortunately, for our city, we have the Community Over Cages Coalition, which encompasses more than 16 organizations ready to work alongside the City Council to do right by the City of Atlanta. The question is our City Council ready to stand and provide for their community? Is our City Council ready to hold our new mayor accountable for his campaign promises? Or will our city succumb to the harsh demands of a jailer and give ACDC to Fulton rather than to provide for its people?
Time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carlton Ham. And due to conceded time, you'll have 4 minutes. Mr. Bond?
Before the next speaker and before some of the activists leave, I just wanted to provide them with a point of information.
I'd like to hold that until remarks so we get through all of the public comment.
They'll be gone, probably.
It'll still be on the record for video, Mr. Bond.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Ham, you have 4 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Carlton Ham. I've been with the City of Atlanta for 28 years. I'm also the chapter chair for AFME. What I'm here to speak about is there was an ordinance, Ordinance 21-0-0175. And it basically was Atlanta City Council had approved in June of 2021. And it was approved by the mayor also, Keisha Lance Bottoms, in June of 2021. And that was to allocate funds from American Rescue Plan Act, and the problem with that is we never got it. We never got it. It was over a year. They stopped it in August, and we never saw any more funds for a whole year. So I'm hoping this budget that you don't forget Watershed and you don't forget the airport, but we're frontline workers, we're essential workers. We were out there during a pandemic, and we didn't get anything after that was signed. I'm also here because we have the holiday pay has gone on, which we just had a water main break at the airport. So we had some guys who were working, and after 8 hours, you don't get any holiday pay anymore. You get straight pay. And there's guys that have been out there. Now, you're away from your family already. He told me he didn't even open his gifts because he came in to support the airport having that water main break. And I just don't think that that's fair for someone who we didn't get the money for the allocations for the rescue plan. Then they're cutting back on the money for holiday pay, which you're away from your families already. And then once you do the 8 hours, and if something happens for an emergency, then you just get straight time. I've been advocating for the on-call. You're at home, you're on call, and you only get 4 hours for the whole week. Now, you're almost a slave to being on call. You can't do certain things. You can't really go out with your family, and if you do, you're cutting it short and coming home because they've called you to come in. So the on-call is 4 hours for the whole week. I'm advocating for 3 to 4 hours per day if you don't get called in. But they're advocating, now we did speak with management, and they went up to 8 hours for the whole week. So that's barely an hour a day. With that being said, the last point is the 2%. We're asking for 2% now and 2% in January. We were told that it was going to be 2% cost of living raise in January, but we want 2% now because that gives us nothing now. Every time we look at something, it's cutting us back, cutting our money back, cutting our money back. So what we want is 2% now and 2% in January. That'll equal up a 4% raise. And thank you for listening to me, and hopefully we can come to an agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Marty Monaghan.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Marty Monaghan. I am the Executive Director for the Black Man Lab. Earlier you heard our founder, Molly Davis, here speak on one of the things that we're doing as it relates to the community canvassing in the various parts of the metro Atlanta area to bring awareness for resources and, of course, love to the various communities that we're in. We meet every Monday at the Andrew and Walter Young YMCA, where we have over 100 black men meet of all ages every week. It's been consistent all the way through the pandemic. We went and did it virtually to keep that level of consistency. What we do is we provide connections and resources. Me as the executive director, I am charged with finding jobs for folks. I have not failed yet. Anybody that's come to me looking for a job that comes within the Black Man Lab has found one. We target young black men 13 to 25 specifically because we know that if we can affect those young men at an early age, keep them out of the streets, keep them out of trouble, there's more likelihood that they can effectively be good members of their community and change the paradigm of what our society is looking like right now. We have programs that are comprehensive, from dealing with STEAM to job readiness to mental health. We have programs across the board. What we are looking for and what we are asking is that the funding come for us to be able to continue to do these things that we've been doing when we didn't even have any funding, because we know this is the most important work that there is. We know that if we are doing this work, we are able to really change what the outlook looks like for not just our children, but our children's children and those going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Devin Barrington Ward.
If I could make a request before my time starts, I know Mr. Bond would like to address us activists. Some of us are leaving. Is it possible that he could make his remarks before my remarks start?
We only have 2 speakers after you. If we could just go through all the speakers.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name's Devin Barrington Ward. You know that I'm here advocating for the closure of the City Detention Center, but I'm also advocating for something bigger, which is that we really have a public safety strategy that actually keeps people safe. You see, the problem is that we, this body, the city, we have created the murderers. We have created the rapists. We have created the criminal. We have created our own lack of safety. Why? Well, when you don't invest in young people, you invest in them inside of a prison cell. When you don't invest in the parks and recreations programs to the tune where their budget is actually on par with the APD's budget, then there's your problem. We continue to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. I stood with Miriam's family in front of the steps of City Hall with Liliana. And you see, I was there listening to the people, and no shade to y'all up there, but many of you all were not. And not one of them said, we want more police officers. Not one of them said, we want to keep the Atlanta City Detention Center open. So if you aren't going to listen to the incarcerated people, listen to the people who have actually been a victim of crime. Listen to me. I've been a victim of crime in this city. And I can tell you that jail cell has not kept us more safe. If they would keep us safe, we'd be the safest country in the world. We incarcerate more people than anybody. We have more police than any country in the world. And many of you all are sitting there and you don't have reactions, and I understand, and you feel like I'm abrasive and all of these things. But the fact of the matter is that it's the truth. And we need you all to start listening and getting out of your feelings and listen to the merit of the argument and follow the data. Because no police officer has been able to get up in here and show you data that what they're doing is working. But you keep giving them more money. But all of these organizations here, if you funded them, we would be the safest city in America. So please, please, money is important. but it is a reflection of our morals. Dr. King City budgets reflect morals and priorities for justice. What are we prioritizing here?
Thank you. Next is Miracle Fletcher.
Hello, hi guys. My name is Miracle Fletcher. I am representing the city of Atlanta right now. I'm representing single mothers across the nation right now. But I am an advocate for Housing Justice League. You guys may have seen my story in the newspaper, in the AJC. Started this journey, first I come to ask you guys to please consider the Tenant Bill of Rights, because we as people, we need somewhere to go. We need a place where we can get help, funding for resources, whether it's housing, shelter, mental health, like you heard everyone else say. I'm just one single person, but I'm a mother. They got really, really angry about the conditions that I was allowed to live in. So then I started to empower myself, and also not just myself, but the people around me. So we need this tenant advocacy office. We need the right to counsel, because like I said in my CBS interview, we are David. And right now, the law, the system, Atlanta City Council, you're looking like Goliath to us right now, because we need your help in order to get this bill passed, because people need the right to counsel. We need rent stabilization here, not just here in the state of Georgia, but all across the nation. We have these corporate land developers that are coming in. Yes, they're forming companies, they're forming businesses, but yet again, you've heard everyone else before me come and say, do they actually care about the mothers that live in the houses? Do they care about the children that have to actually come in and they have to live in mold, mildew, have to live with rats running through their house because you can't sleep at night? Is that fair? No, it's not. But you guys have the opportunity to make a difference. So we sit back and we can say the woulda, coulda, shouldas and what we could have done and how these things could have happened. But right now, you hold the power right now. My voice right now is my power, and that's what I am using. I am one single person, but I am representing the ones that the negative stereotypes represent, the ones that they say that we don't want anything because we're in subsidized housing, because we're low income. But I come to tell you that is not who I am. That is not who represents the city of Atlanta. Like, we are people, we are mothers, we are families, and it should matter. So guys, I urge you, please pass the Tenant Bill of Rights for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker today is Tempest Sims.
Hi guys, good evening. I'm Tempest Sims. I'm here in support of HJL and also on behalf of the Trussell Tree Tenants Association. Being just a human, being a person, being an adult that, has to do something as simple as live, being on both ends of the economic scale and going through the pandemic, I've realized that depending on the money that you make, it also depends on how you live, which is sad to say. But like I said, being on both sides of that economic scale, I've had the opportunity to experience comfortable living, but I've also had to experience a living in which I would want anyone to experience, whether that was like Ms. Fletcher said, mold, mildew, rats, just certain landlords and management treating you a certain way because of the subsidy or the way that you live, me living over by Grant Park in a subsidized home. I ask that you guys really take your time and look at the Tenants Bill of Rights and how it could affect not only just someone as myself who had subsidized housing, but just someone as a human simply to still need somewhere to stay. Housing is very important, especially in Atlanta right now with the homelessness going on and how that ratio is rising and how every day people are being faced with evictions because of just the everyday situations, whether it's losing a job or whether, you have to give up a job because your family member is sick or just something so simple. I ask that you guys really look at that and see how important it is and how it affects us on an everyday basis with even going to work and still have to think about how you're going to live at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate all the speakers today. I also appreciate the loud snappers. There's some good snap game you have there. Mr. Bond, I would say we are going to have a chance to fully debate the budget today, so I'd ask the remarks be brief.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. President, for giving me this, allowing me to do this. This isn't budget related, though. I just wanted to pass on a point of information for those who are here on the issue of evictions. Last December, I authored legislation that allowed the city's Office of Public Defender to provide free legal advice for those who are facing eviction if they are an Atlanta resident. Mr. Day, who is the Chief Public Defender, came to the public safety meeting in our last meeting and gave his quarterly report and explained the program. So if you have persons or individuals that need free legal advice in the way of evictions, they can now get it from the Office of the Public Defender, and you can find that meeting on the city's webpage for more information to see his presentation. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. With that, we'll move to the report of the Journal. Mr. Clerk.
I, Forrest Webb III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the June 6, 2022 regular scheduled council meeting and the June 9, 2022 special call council meeting are true and correct.
I would entertain a motion for adoption of the minutes. Moved by Mr. Hillis, seconded by Mr. Westmoreland. Any discussion? Without objection, we'll move this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Mr. Clerk, please call the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent of members present is 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the minutes passes. We'll now move to communications. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, if I could sound items 1 and 2 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
22-C-5100, a communication from Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, and Matt Westmoreland, appointing Ms. Alexandra Joseph to serve as a member of the Public Safety Compensation Commission. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. 22-C-5101, a communication from Patrick Labatt, Fulton County Sheriff, appointing Lieutenant Colonel Curtis Clark to serve as a member of the Public Safety Commission on behalf of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let it follow its course.
22-C-5102, a communication from Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9, Andrea L. Boone, District 10, Marcy Colley Overstreet, District 11, Antonio Lewis, District 12, and Keisha Shawn Waits, Post 3 at Large, appointing Mr. Zachary Adrianis to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
Mr. President, if I can sound items 4 through 11 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
22-C-5103, a communication from Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2, appointing Ms. Regina Brewer to serve as a member of the Commission on Short-Term Rentals. 22-C-5104, a communication from Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8, appointing Ms. Deborah Wathan to serve as a member of the Commission on Short-Term Rentals. 22-C-5105, a communication from Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5, appointing Ms. Zelda Stanley Satar to serve as a member of the Commission on Short-Term Rentals. 22-C-5106, a communication from Jason Winston, District 1, appointing Mr. Michael Harvey to serve as a member of the Commission on Short-Term Rentals. 22-C-5107, a communication from Chief Procurement Officer Martin Clark, submitting the May 31st, 2022 through June 3rd, 2022 weekly contracts report. 22-C-5108, submitting the June 6, 2022 through June 10th, 2022 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council pursuant to Code Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances.
22-C-5109, a communication from Municipal Clerk and Election Superintendent Forrest Webb III, submitting the certification of official and complete statement of votes cast from the Cobb County Board of Registration and Elections regarding T-SPLOST public improvement bonds, public safety, parks and rec, and public improvement bonds, roads, sidewalks, paths, and trails from the primary election held May 24th, 2022, 22-C-5110, a communication from the Budget Commission submitting the City of Atlanta's FY 2023 Budget Commission report. Staff recommendation to accept and file all items.
Let all items follow that course.
That concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
There are none.
Is there any unfinished business?
There is none.
Thank you. We'll now move to the consent agenda, section 1, which begins on page 5. These are ordinances for second reading. I believe that there are some items that my colleagues will want to remove, so I'll start with Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to remove 3 items. First 2 are on page 12, items 22-01467 and 1468. Again, that's on page 12, 22-01467 and 68. And then on page 13, 22-0-1473. Page 13, 22-0-1473. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wan. Mr. Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 items to be removed. Resolution 22-R-3411, that is number 6 on the consent agenda on page 15. And then 22-R-3412, that's number 7 on the consent agenda, also on page 15.
Thank you, Mr. Dozier. Any other items for removal from consent agenda section 1? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion for the adoption of the consent agenda section 1 with the items removed as noted. Moved by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mr. Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with the items as noted removed? Hearing none, we will move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt consent agenda section 1 with the items removed as noted.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The consent agenda section 1 with the items removed as noted carries. We now move to the consent agenda section 2, which begins on page 40. These are items for first reading. Are there any items that need to be removed from the consent agenda section 2? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion for the adoption of consent agenda section 2. Moved by Councilmember Wan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari.
It's a motion to refer.
Oh, I'm sorry. The parliamentarian is correcting. It's a motion to refer. Instead of a moved by Mr. Wan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, let's move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer passes. We'll now move to the report of standing committees, which begins on page 46, and today we'll begin with the City Utilities Committee, Chair Shook.
Thank you. Our first item is 22C 5087. This is a communication from Ms. Hampton, who's chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report on Department of Watersheds Management's inventory and fixed assets. The motion is to accept and file.
Motion coming out of committee doesn't need a second, is to accept and file. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, given this is a communication, we can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to accept and file carries.
Thank you. Item number 2 is 22-0-1280. This is an ordinance by Mr. Hillis, as substituted by City Utilities Committee to amend the City Charter of Atlanta, the sections indicated herein, by amending Section 1-102 of Article 1 and Section 6-101 of Article 6, both being Part 1, Subpart A, to amend the authority of the city to charge and collect taxes and assessments for sanitary and solid waste disposal services, and to establish and collect rates, fees, and charges for the same, to authorize the adoption of administrative procedure for the resolution of disputes regarding the basis of a sanitary and solid waste tax for assessment against a property and for other purposes. This comes forward favorably, and that's a charter change, so this is the second reading, first adoption. Motions to adopt.
Motions to adopt coming out of committee. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 22-0-1280? Hearing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. Thirteen yeas, 0 nays. First adopt.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to first adopt passes.
Okay, thank you. And so as to queue it up for its next stop, which will be a second consecutive adoption, I would move that this be held in the Nebraska Council.
It's been a motion to hold in Nebraska Council 22-0-1280. And just for clarification for everyone, this is will be revisited at the special call meeting, so that's why it's being moved to be held in Nebraska Council.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Wan. This is not a debatable motion to hold in Nebraska Council, so we'll move directly to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to hold Nebraska Council.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed.
Please reflect Mr. Dozier as an aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reflecting vote. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold Nebraska Council carries.
All right, thank you. The committee has recommended that the following 2 items be filed, so if I may, I'll take them as a pair.
Without objection.
22-0-1282 is an ordinance by Mr. Hillis to amend Chapter 130 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to adjust the taxes, assessments, service fees, and charges for solid waste services specified therein, including the establishment of a sanitary assessment for street-related sanitary services and general common good-related sanitary services based on a taxable property value, to formalize the administrative hearing procedure for the resolution of disputes, and to update certain other provisions of Chapter 130 and for other purposes. 22-0-1223 is an ordinance by Mr. Hillis amending Chapter 130 of the Code to adjust the taxes, assessments, service fees, and charges for solid waste recycling, solid waste services specified therein, including solid waste collection and recycling charges, charges for street-related sanitary services based on equivalent trip generation, charges for general good services, for general good related sanitary services based on properties under the square roof footage, to formalize the administrative hearing procedure for the resolution of disputes, to update certain other provisions of Chapter 130, and for other purposes. Motion is to file both items.
The motion coming out of committee is to file both 22-0-1282 and 22-0-1283. It doesn't need a second coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to file these two items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. Please hold. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
That is all.
Thank you, Chair Shipp. Next, we'll move to the Community Development and Human Services Committee. Chair Dozier.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. The first item that we have was pulled from the consent agenda. It is Resolution 22-R-3411. This was pulled to substitute. So I'll go ahead and read the caption. Resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amon says, amended by Community Development and Human Services Committee, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, also known as Workforce Atlanta, to enter into a contractual agreement for FC-RFP-S 1220123 with Arbor EMT LLC, doing business as Equus Workforce Solutions for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew in an amount not to exceed $750,000.00 for purposes of providing workforce service delivery for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, also known as WIOA, youth programs and services. All contracted work shall be charged and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes. And colleagues, a substitute was sent to you all, and I would actually like to go ahead and motion to substitute.
It's a motion by Mr. Dozier, seconded by Mr. Wan. Just so everyone is clear, this is 22-R-3411, correct? Correct. And for those of you who have it, it's on page 15 of the consent agenda. Of the whole book, it's within the consent agenda. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt on substitute?
Just to clarify, the change in the substitute is just to add an effective date for the binding clauses so that it makes clear when the work will be covered and showing when the new contracts will go into effect. So I just want to clarify what the substitution actually covers.
Thank you. Sorry, we're on a motion to substitute. We're on the motion to amend. Any discussion? Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend 22-R-3411.
Please hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth substitute carries.
Mr. President, I would like to motion to adopt as substituted.
There's a motion to adopt by Mr. Dozier and seconded by Mr. Wan, 22-R-3411 as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-R-3411 as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
And Mr. President, since this is relatively time sensitive, I would also like to motion to send to the mayor post haste.
There's a motion to move this to the mayor post haste. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Any discussion on the motion to send post haste? We can adopt this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving post haste? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
All right. Next item is Resolution 22-R-3412. Colleagues, this is number 7. I'm sorry. This was number 7 on the consent agenda that we pulled earlier, which is page 15. And this is a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos as amended by the Community Development and Human Services Committee, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, also known as WorkSource Atlanta, to enter into a contractual agreement for FC-RFP-S 1220130 with Arbor ENT LLC, doing business as Equus Workforce Solutions, for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew in an amount not to exceed $1,450,000.00 for purposes providing workforce service delivery for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Acts, also known as WIOA, adult and dislocated worker programs. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes. And similar to the previous resolution, we have a substitute for this particular item for the same reason, just clarifying the terms of the contract. And I would like to go ahead and make the motion to substitute.
I'm going to move to bring forth substitute. I'm sorry, who seconded? Second. Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute 22-R-3412? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth substitute carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to adopt as substituted.
Motion to adopt 22-R-3412. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Wan. Sorry, is that Mr. Winston? Sorry, seconded by Mr. Winston. I certainly want to spread the seconds around. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 22-R-3412 as substituted? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk will move to the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt on substitute carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just like the last resolution, this one is also relatively time sensitive, and I want to make the motion to send to the mayor post haste.
There's a motion made by Mr. Dozier, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari to move 22-R-3412 post haste. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we can adopt this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to send post haste.
Unanimous consent of members present is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries.
Thank you. Colleagues, the next item is ordinance 22-0-1436. This is item number 1 on the standing committee report, which is on page 49. And this is also CDP-22-12. And it's an ordinance by the Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2021 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 1285 Sylvan Road Southwest from the industrial land use designation to the mixed use medium density land use designation and for other purposes. Colleagues, this was favorable out of committee. We did have an abstention on this particular vote, but I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt 22-0-1436 coming out of a committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1436.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
All right. The next item is Resolution 20-R-3716, which is a resolution by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone as substituted by the Community Development and Human Services Committee, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta as an award recipient of the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS Capital Project Program, sponsored by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, to enter into an agreement with the Affordable Housing Solutions Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $226,768.00 for the purpose of providing rehab and for other purposes. Colleagues, there was a couple questions on this particular item with regards to the caption language, and so this was approved favorable on substitute on condition, and that condition has been met. We did have the correct caption language, but that was really where the discussion laid on that. So I'll go ahead and motion to adopt as substituted.
There's a motion to adopt as substituted 22-R-3716. It was coming out of committee as substituted, correct? So that doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-R-3716 as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right. Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Dozier. Next, we'll move to Transportation Committee Chair Faroki.
Thank you, President Shipman. We have 2 items today as part of the Transportation Committee's report. Item 1, 22-0-1449. I believe we are set to file this one. It's a paper by Councilmember Amos that we've found another route to legislating, so I would move to file that paper.
A motion coming out of committee to file 22-0-1449. Doesn't need a second coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to the vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file 22-0-1449.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
The next item is
Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Waits, sorry, what was your vote on the motion to adopt? Councilmember Waits? What was your vote on the motion to adopt? Aye. I vote for Councilmember Waits.
Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
If that was the title. 12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries. The motion to file carries, pardon me.
Thank you. Second item, excuse me, 22-0-1479. It's ordinance by Councilmember Norwood imposing a moratorium on intersection improvements within the Atlanta City Council District 8 until a comprehensive traffic plan can be created for District 8. We are going to file this paper. We'll move to file.
Motion coming out of committee to file 22-0-1479. Doesn't need a second coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file 22-0-1479.
The vote is open. The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to file carries.
That concludes the Transportation Committee's report.
Thank you, Chair Faroki. Next, Finance Executive Committee, Chair Wan.
It's showtime. All right. Colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and take the papers that were taken off of consent first. That first item would be on page 12, item number 36, 22-0-1467. Colleagues, you have a substitute for this in your packet. I'll go ahead and make a motion to amend so that we can bring forward the substitute, and I'll read the caption in. It is an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan, as substituted by Finance Executive Committee, authorizing the transfer of $471,672 $0.00 from various council district consulting professional services accounts to various council district distribution accounts and for other purposes. Now, hang on. And then also to amend the FY22 General Fund and Capital Finance Fund to authorize the transfer of $161,280.00 from the Atlanta Citizen Review Board and for other purposes. So I'll make a motion to bring forward this, to amend by bringing forward the substitute.
There's a motion to bring forward the substitute on 22-0-1467. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth substitute carries.
So, colleagues, the original paper moved some of our funds from a business account, a consulting account, so that we can carry it forward into FY23. The substitute also does the same thing for the Atlanta Citizens Review Board to carry forward funds from the FY22 budget to cover some anticipated renovation expenses for FY23. With that, I'll make a motion to adopt as amended.
There's been a motion by Mr. Wan and seconded by Mr. Shook to adopt 22-0-1467 as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, thank you. The next item is item 22-0-1468. An ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan supplementing that certain 31st supplemental bond ordinance 22-01346 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on June blank 2022 and approved by the mayor on June blank 2022 to, among other things, set forth the terms of the City of Atlanta Airport Passenger Facility Charge and Subordinate Lien General Revenue Forward Delivery Refunding Bond, Series 2023 FWD-A-1 non-AMT, and the City of Atlanta Airport Passenger Facility Charge and Subordinate Lien General Revenue Forward Delivery Refunding Bond, Series 2023 FWD-A2 non-AMT, collectively the Series 2023 FWD-A bonds, within certain parameters previously established by the City, including the original principal amount of each Series 2023 FWD-A bond actually sold and the interest rates, maturity amounts, and maturity dates with respect thereto, affirm satisfaction of the additional bonds test with respect to the Series 2023 FWD-A bonds, ratified certain prior actions of the City of Atlanta City Council and certain officers and agents of the city with respect to the issuance and sale of the Series 2023 FWD-A bonds, ratify and approve the execution and delivery of a separate forward delivery bond purchase agreement with respect to each Series 2023 FWD-A bond and for other related purposes. Colleagues, this was going to be addressed at a special call meeting on the 29th, I believe, and as such, I'll make a motion to hold in the rest of council, and then we'll pull it up for that meeting.
Been a motion by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook, to hold in the breast of council 22-0-1468. That is not a debatable motion, so we'll move directly to the vote on the motion to hold in the breast of council. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is open. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in the breast of council carries.
All right, so that takes us now to page 57 in the agenda under Report of Standing Committees. First item is 22-C5086, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Extra Help. A motion from the committee is to accept and file.
A motion from the committee to accept and file 22-C-5086. It doesn't need a second coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, since the communication would do it via unanimous consent, is there any objection to the motion to accept and file? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on the unanimous consent on the motion.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to accept and file carries.
All right, the next item is ordinances for second reading. First item is 22-01332, a substitute ordinance by Finance Executive Committee to amend Section 14626B, C, D, E, F, and G of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Atlanta so as to change the ad valorem tax rate of real and personal property for the general levy, debt levy, city parks levy, school operating levy, school debt levy, the special tax district levy, and the special service district levy, to provide that the tax rates established herein shall remain fixed each year until amended or repealed and for other purposes. The motion from the committee is to adopt on substitute.
There's been a motion to adopt out of the committee 22-0-1332 on substitute coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt on substitute 22-0-1332.
The vote is open. The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. Mr. Lewis, do you want to record your vote? Yeah, I voted yes. Please indicate Mr. Lewis as an aye.
Duly noted. Populating vote. (13 yeas, 1 nay).
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt on substitute carries.
Mr. President, I'd like to take item 4 next and get that out of the way before we bring up the budget paper, if that's okay.
With Without objection.
All right, 22-01452, an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $10,000.00 from the Post 2 at-large carry-forward account to Horizons Atlanta and for other purposes. Motion from the committee is to adopt on substitute.
Motion from committee doesn't need a second. Is to adopt 22-0-1452. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1452.
The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Thirteen yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Wan, would you like to explain your abstention?
Thank you, Council President and colleagues. I'm abstaining from this piece of legislation. I am employed by Horizons Atlanta, and in the abundance of caution not to have any sort of conflict of interest, I'm abstaining.
Thank you.
All right,
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
All right, thank you. The last item is item number 3, which is 22-01337, a substituted and amended ordinance by Finance Executive Committee adopting the fiscal year 2023 proposed budget to include all funds and for other purposes. This came out of committee with the recommendation to adopt on substitute as amended. So that I want to put that motion on the floor first, and then I have an amendment to follow.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 22-0-1337 as substituted. It doesn't need a second since it came out favorably. That motion is on the table. Is there any discussion? Mr. Wan.
All right, Mr. President and colleagues, I move to amend the budget paper. You have a copy of this in your packet. This essentially reduces the solid waste revenue fund anticipation by approximately $10.1 million. This is to reflect the actions taken by city utilities, as well as that were adopted at the the Budget Commission hearing earlier. So I move to amend on that matter.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Wan to amend. Is there a second? Sorry, who made that second? Mr. Hillis, seconded by Mr. Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to amend. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
All right, Mr. President, that reverts us back to the original motion on the floor, which is to adopt as amended and as substituted.
There's a motion on the floor to adopt 22-0-1337 as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1337 as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Mr. President, that concludes the legislative items, but if I might take just a point of personal privilege, I want to thank all members of this body, as well as the departments, for all of the hard work that was put into this year's budget process. The hearings went very smoothly. We got a lot of our questions answered. We had a lot of initiatives put forward and policy discussed, and the result is a very robust budget that includes a lot of actions that will move our city forward. forward. Again, I want to thank everybody, both Finance Committee members as well as other colleagues that took time out of your busy schedules to attend our hearings. But congratulations, so thank you very much.
Mr. Shook.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to acknowledge the role that the administration played, as well as the Mr. CFO and his team, and in particular Mr. Wan, the chair, who has just pulled off an efficiency record that will never and cannot ever be broken, which means that you people have paid attention. I want to thank all the new members. The hearings were really well attended. It's a tight and right budget, and hopefully next year we'll be in good shape. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shook. I believe, without objection, there is a desire for the mayor to visit the chamber. There's a motion to suspend the rules by Mr. Wan, seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any objection? Without objection, please sound the count, Mr. Clerk, on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The rules are suspended. Mr. Mayor, welcome to the chamber. The mic is yours.
Finance Executive Chair, Mr. Wan, and to all the members of the Atlanta City Council, I thank you all today for the hard work that you've done over the past few months to pass this budget unanimously. This is my first budget, and it's the first budget for a number of you. We share in this responsibility to lead this city, and I'm very thankful to all of you for your commitment and your efforts on this budget. I also tip my hat to our CFO and his team for the hard work that they've done in preparing this budget and making sure everybody is ready and in position to vote on it. I also thank my team that's right here with me. We have our COO, Lisa Gordon, our Senior Advisor, Courtney English, and Chief of Staff, Odie Donald II, and a number of other team members. Mr. Pace, couldn't do it without you, Mr. Pace, and Ms. Burks, and the whole team. It takes a team effort to get this done. Today's budget is about moving Atlanta forward. It really is. And some of the things that we were able to do was to make sure that we had a people-first budget. This budget is a people-first budget as you look at it through and through. This is, we're implementing the first citywide cost of living adjustments in the last 5 years. That COLA means something to our hardworking employees that haven't had any raises in a long time. And so we're thankful that you supported that. We're giving our dedicated firefighters additional resources for all the work that they've done, and it's well deserved. And we accelerated the raises that they were requesting in the past, and so we've made that huge statement, and they are thankful for that. And through the city's American Rescue Plan funding, we've also given bonuses to our police officers and extending and expanding premium pay for our city's frontline workers. All of this is taking care of the people that take care of the city of Atlanta. And that's not all that we've done with this budget. You've actually expressed to our youth a lot of love. You've expanded our At Promise youth centers. In this budget, you've expanded those activities. We've invested in our parks and green spaces and provided funding for arts and culture. All those things provide a lot of quality of life to our city. This budget is just one piece of the puzzle. We also did increase our contributions to affordable housing, as we all are interested in. And so I'm excited at the council's steadfast support. And as we celebrated the passage of the Moving Atlanta Forward Infrastructure Bond and T-SPOS package that will deliver $750 million in needed investments all across our city. This is a moment to celebrate. This is a moment to celebrate togetherness, hard work, and the commitment of the people.
those individuals that stood with us, sometimes stood next to us, and sometimes they stood and said, do your job. And here we are doing it on behalf of the people of Atlanta. And so I thank each and every one of you for all the work that you've put in over the last 7 weeks. It's almost 2 months that we've been at this budget process. You've asked tough questions, you've given good advice, and you stood here together as we made this happen. You showed your deep commitment and love for the city of Atlanta, and I thank you, and I look forward to you guys coming on across the hall. We got some dinner for you, so come on over in a little while. We're going to share a bite to eat. We can definitely celebrate together in that way after today's work is finished. So thank you, Council President, and to all my friends and colleagues on the Atlanta City Council, and to every member of my cabinet, all of them working with you as you've asked them questions, from the commissioners to, of course, the chiefs and everyone else, to all the union representatives that we work tirelessly with. It's a lot of thanks to go around to get to this point, and so I'm thankful, Atlanta's going to be better for it. This is the biggest budget we've ever had, and I thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just take a moment to acknowledge the committee chairs that have worked extremely hard over the course of this time frame, especially Chair Wan for his leadership on Finance Exec, and Chair Shook dealing with some of the specific utilities. And I also would like to commend your team, Mr. Mayor. They've been very collaborative, responsive, communicative, and it has made this process relatively smooth. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Everybody go vote.
There's been a motion by Mr. Wan to return to regular session, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, without objection. Mr. Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to return to regular session.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. At this point, I would entertain a motion to move into executive session prior to the next standing committee. I would entertain, you want to make the motion, Mr. Westmoreland? Moved by Mr. Westmoreland, seconded by Mr. Lewis. Sorry? Yes, sorry. There are two reasons why. One is personnel issues, and Madam City Attorney, you also have an item? Potential litigation. So two reasons, two items for executive session. Is there any objection to moving to executive session? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent of moving into executive session.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. We'll move to Committee Room 2. Okay, I would entertain a motion to return. Motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland to come out of executive session. Is there any objection to the motion to exit executive session? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent. Councilmember Boone. Sure have 10.
Unanimous consent is 9 yeas, 0 nays.
9 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to exit executive session carries. We're now on to report of standing committee. Next is Committee on Council. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. Please turn to your agenda for the report of the Standing Committee of Committee on Council. Council President, may I sound item 1?
Please proceed.
Item 22-C-5090, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Samaya Ali to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Design Commission in the artist category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. This item was found favorable. Motion to adopt.
It's a motion to adopt coming out of committee, 22-C-5090. It doesn't need a second since it's favorable out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Given that this is a communication, we can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to adopt? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Item number 2, 22-R-3851, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing Ms. Santana Kempson Wright to the position of Director of Council Staff effective July 1st, 2022, and for other purposes. We will need to amend this item to add her name as the Director of Council Staff.
Make the motion to amend.
Motion to amend.
Motion. It's been a motion to amend by Councilmember Boone, seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Yes. Hearing no discussion, Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote?
Waits is aye.
Opposed? 12 yeas, 0 nays.
Our new director.
That is a very loud snapping noise that you just heard in chambers.
Mr. President, our new Director of Council Staff is Ms. Santana Kempson Wright.
You have to adopt. Move to adopt.
Motion to adopt as amended.
There's a motion to adopt as amended by Councilmember Boone. There's a second by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended 22-R-3851? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt 22-R-3851 carries. Without objection, we would love to invite Ms. Kimson Wright to say a word. Hearing no objection, Ms. Kimson Wright, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Boone. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, I know you said a few words, but I have a short speech. In 1970, Robert K. Greenleaf coined the term servant leadership by stating, "The servant leader is servant first. It begins with a natural feeling that one wants to serve first. Then conscious choice brings one to aspire to lead." If you have ever received an email from me, my signature is embodied with a summary of this item. If serving is beneath you, leadership is beyond you. It is not happenstance that I stand before you this afternoon. As a believer, I know that it is ordained and ordered by the Most High. I am humbled, thankful, and grateful for this opportunity. To this body, each elected official, thank you for having faith in me. It is truly an honor to serve the Atlanta City Council. I promise to lead with grace and integrity. To each member of the team that makes this tight ship run, I am truly appreciative and know this could not be done without you. I promise to continue serving right along with you. Last but not least, I would like to thank my family and friends for their unwavering support. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I will continue to be the City of Atlanta committed to serving you.
That concludes our report.
Actually, before it's concluded, Mr. Westmoreland.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to send item 22-R-3851 to the mayor's office post haste.
Second. There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland and a second by Councilmember Waits to move post haste. Is there any objection to the motion to move post haste? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on moving post haste.
That vote is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. Councilmember Boone, I believe that's the end of your report. Thank you so much. Next, we'll move to the report of the Zoning Committee. Vice Chair Westmoreland will report today.
Thank you, Mr. President. Zoning Committee report. Everyone, please turn to page 63. I'd like to take items 1 through 6 as a block, if I may.
Without objection.
Item number 1, number 22-0-1152, zoning case 22-15. Location is 2001, 2007, and 2013 Glenwood Avenue Southeast. The ordinance is to re-annex property to R4 single-family residential. Item number 2 is 22-0-1155, Z-22-16, 2014 Zwally Drive. The ordinance is to zone annexed property to R4 single-family residential. Number 3 is 22-0-1158, Z-22-14, 2071, 2080, 2083, and 2084 Kavanaugh Avenue Southeast to zone annexed property R4. Number 4 is 22-0-1222. Z-22-24, 1363 Black Oak Drive to zone annexed property R3, single-family residential. Number 5 is 22-0-1320, Z-2219, 1285 Sylvan Road Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from I-1C to MCR2. And then number 6 is 22-0-1466. It's personal paper, District 6, Cheshire Bridge Road, North Neighborhood Commercial District. The ordinance is to extend the moratorium on the acceptance of applications from the new parking structures and lots from parcels zoned NC4 or NC5. Items 1 through 6 were favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt items 1 through 6 coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, we'll move directly to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. Also, without objection, would like to take items 7 and 8 as a block.
Without objection.
Number 7 is 22-0-1007, Z21-108, 879 Cruz Street Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R5C to R5C for a change of conditions. And then number 8 is 22-0-1233, Z2210, 233 Metropolitan Parkway Southwest, 2360 Perkerson Road Southwest, and 622, 638, 648, and 658 Avery Road Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from MC2 and MC2C to MC2C. Items 7 and 8 were favorable as amended, so the motion is to adopt as amended.
There's a motion to adopt as amended items 7 and 8 coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the 2 items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the 2 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
And then finally, items 9 through 16 are first reads, and would hope to take those as a block as well.
Without objection.
Number 9, 22-0-1491, Z2230, 576 Lindsay Street Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from SPI 3SA2 to SPI 3SA5. Number 10, 22-0-1492, Z2234, it's 569 Amsterdam Avenue. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 to R5. Number 11, 22-0-1493, Z2235, 1314 Murphy Avenue Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from I1C/BL to MCR3BL. Number 12, 22-0-1494, Z2236, 706 and 708 McDonough Boulevard Southeast to rezone from R4 to MR4B. Number 13, 22-0-1495, Z2238, 554 University Avenue Southwest to rezone from MI1BL to MRC3BL. 22-0-1496, Z2240, the Midtown Special Public Interest District. The ordinance is to amend Chapter 18P of the City of Atlanta zoning ordinance to add laboratories and research facilities as a permitted use. 22-0-1497, U-22-06, 576 Lindsay Street Northwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a private school. 22-0-1498, U-2209, 400 Lucky Street. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a shelter. The motion is to refer items 9 to 16 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer the 8 items to ZRB and Zoning Committee. There's a second by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
That concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Westmoreland. Final standing committee today, Public Safety and Legal Administration, Chair Hillis.
Mr. President, we'll take the item that was pulled off the consent agenda first. It is page 13, item 41, 22-0-1473, an ordinance by council members Andrea L. Boone, Dustin Hillis, and Michael Julian Bond to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Sections 1092B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 10-88-1 for package stores licensed to sell malt beverages and/or wine for an establishment located at 3710 Donley Hollowell Parkway Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia 30318, and for other purposes. And the motion of the committee was to approve.
Motion from committee is to adopt 22-0-1473. It doesn't need a second coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move directly to vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1473.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
Next item is 22R3707, a resolution by Councilmember Byron Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to apply for and accept the Office of Justice Programs Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative grant for the fiscal year 2023 in an amount not to exceed $2 million and 0 cents for a 36-month grant period and for other purposes. The motion of the committee is to file.
Motion coming out of committee is to file 22-R-3707. It doesn't need a second coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file 22-R-3707.
The vote is Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
We have one announcement. The Public Safety Committee will hold a work session tomorrow, Wednesday, June 22nd at 10 a.m. in Committee Room 1 to review and discuss amending the Nuisance Code, Chapter 74, Article 5, Section 74-175, pursuant to the ordinance currently held in Public Safety Committee 22-0-1356. Again, work session tomorrow, 10 a.m. in Committee Room 1 to discuss revision to the Nuisance Code. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hollis. That concludes the reports of the standing committees. We'll now move to personal papers for immediate consideration. I believe there is one. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President. I rise this afternoon to ask for immediate consideration given the egregiousness and seriousness of the legislation at hand. ELMS ID 30206. This is a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits, Councilmember Bakhtiari, Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Dozier, and Councilmember Amos as co-sponsors. A resolution urging the Georgia General Assembly to amend Article 2, Chapter 1 of Title 42 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotating regarding the Sexual Offender Registrations Review Board, to adopt Miriam's Law, which expands the requirement for individuals currently on the sex offender registry to protect the citizens of Georgia and for other purposes. Whereas, during the early hours of Friday, August 13th, 2021, a 27-year-old Atlanta resident, Miriam Abdul Ram, was kidnapped from her front doorstep and murdered less than an hour later. Whereas Miriam died at the hands of a registered sex offender who had just been released early in November 2020 after spending 7 years incarcerated on a child molestation conviction after a troubled history of exhibiting sexual aggression and predatory behavior. Whereas, pursuant to Article 2, Chapter 1, Title 42, the Sexual Offender Registration Review Board, SORRB, reviews the records of a convicted sexual offenders and makes an assessment on the likelihood of that sexual offender to re-engage in another crime against the victim who is a minor or a dangerous sexual offense. These assessments are used by the board to determine the risk level of offenders classified as Level 1, low risk of reoffending, no prior history, Level 2, medium risk of reoffending, or may have prior criminal history, and sexually dangerous predators, which are high risk. Whereas, prior to 2019, The OCGA Code 42-1-14 required that any individual classified as a sexually dangerous predator wear an ankle monitoring system for his or her natural life. The Supreme Court of Georgia ruled that the monitoring of a sex offender no longer serving any part of their sentence was unconstitutional. Whereas records show that the individual who killed Miriam Abdul-Ram never received any risk assessment from the Georgia Sex Offender Registration Review Board. Assessments and ratings are intended to help protect the public and alert law enforcement to potentially dangerous individuals. Whereas Miriam's law would require that anyone paroled for a sexual crime would be required to wear an electronic monitoring system until the board had completed its assessment and rating and establishes the appropriate reporting guidelines based upon the offender classification level. This would provide added protections for the public. Whereas the provisions of Miriam's law would also require registered sex offenders to have an identifier on their state-issued identification or driver's license, which would help alert establishments that sell alcoholic beverages, according to the National Library of Medicine, which studies show sexual offenders are more likely to abuse alcohol, and alcohol consumption contributes to aggressive behavior and sexual aggression. Whereas the Atlanta City Council supports implementing changes to the state registration requirements for sexual offenders so that Miriam Abdul-Ram shall not have died in vain, and to take proactive action to protect citizens from sexual predators. Now there it be resolved by the Atlanta City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the Georgia General Assembly amend Article 2, Chapter 1, Title 42 of the Official Code of Georgia regarding the Sexual Offender Registration Board to adopt Miriam's law, which expands the requirements for individuals currently required to register on the Sex Offender Registry to better protect all citizens of Georgia. Be it resolved further that the proposed draft of Miriam's law is attached hereunto Exhibit A. Be it resolved further that upon passage of this legislation, the municipal clerk shall distribute copies of this to all members of the Georgia General Assembly. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are waived to the extent of the conflict. So with that, Mr. President, I ask for favorable support. I'm very clear regarding the challenges surrounding immediate consideration. However, I strongly feel, given the egregiousness of this crime, and given that the General Assembly, for the purpose of pre-filing and socializing the legislation that's involved, there are a number of entities that have to be engaged. There is an organization that has to vet these bills, so it has to go through a number of different channels to reach the General Assembly for support. And so for that reason, I rise to ask for favorable consideration today. Thank you.
So there's a motion to adopt ELMS 3206. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt ELMS 30206? Councilmember Lewis.
As always, my question is the reason for the immediate consideration.
Councilman White.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your consistency. I appreciate that. Currently, there are 11,000 individuals in the state of Georgia that sit on this registry that have never been rated or leveled, meaning your potential children one day would possibly be at prey to these individuals. And for that reason, I think it's necessary that this body send a very strong message that this is urgent and this is a priority. And for that reason only, I ask for favorable consideration, immediate consideration today.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Winston.
Yes, Councilmember Waits, this untimely incident happened in District 1, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to this legislation.
Sir, I've already added your name. I apologize.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Please make sure Councilmember Winston's name is added to the paper. Any other discussion on the motion to adopt?
I want to move
Councilmember Lewis.
Motion to move to committee.
There's been a motion to refer to committee. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there a discussion on the motion to refer? Councilmember Waits.
I have no objection, sir.
any other discussion on the motion to refer?
I will not object. However, I would love to pass this for immediate consideration if possible.
And I'll tell you why I would.
Councilmember Lewis, would you like to be recognized?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis.
Yes. The reason I would like for it to be moved to committees because I want to get it right. This is a huge thing, asking somebody to wear something for a lifetime. And I just want to make sure that we get this right.
Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Councilmember Waits.
That's been stripped out of the legislation. The General Assembly ruled that was unconstitutional in 2019. So in terms of the bill that we're sending over, it's no longer in there. There is no identifier in there, and you would just simply require that they be leveled and rated. That is the only thing we're asking for.
Yep. And the Republican Georgia General Assembly that we've had, man, they don't do us right. And so I just want to make sure that we get this right. I would not like to rush this. I would like to send it to a committee over a 2-week period because Miriam, one of the worst things that can happen is to be abducted. All of us are against that, full out. But I think that, like consistency with anything else, I think that over a 2-week period, because this happened, when did this happen? So I'm trying to find out the urgency of doing it today.
I express the urgency. This bill has to go before a number of different areas before it goes to the body. There is a registry involved as well as advocacy groups that have to vet the legislation. So even though the General Assembly starts in January, most of those decisions have already been made. And I think given the time that this family has waited to see any movement whatsoever, I think it is appropriate that this particular body send a strong message given that that crime was committed in the city of Atlanta because of the fact that the state of Georgia dropped the ball with this particular loophole. And it is also my belief that she would be alive had we had this measure in place.
Councilmember Lewis, just a point of clarification real quick. For the motion to refer, I would assume that this would go to public safety and to finance exec in dual fashion. So would you be open to a motion to refer to those two committees?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion to refer, just for clarification, is to FEC and to public safety. Councilmember Lewis.
And once again, the reason why we definitely, all families deserve justice in the city of Atlanta, every single one of them for a lifetime, right? But once again, 2-week period that we've consistently used here to make sure that we get it right, because I don't trust the Republican Georgia legislator in January, right? Just like I wouldn't trust us to rush through it. We've rushed through a lot of things here in the city of Atlanta. We talked about working with the mayor for 7 weeks on the budget today, and to me, a 2-week waiting period in which some folks that we trust to be in those committees, because I trust this body, the folks I trust to be in those committees and to hug that paper over that 2-week process, I think will do better for all of us moving forward. When we do send some over to the state or whoever we send it to, I want to send them the most perfect piece of legislation, piece of paper that we can send them. I think that 2-week period with a finance chair like Alex Warren, and just making sure that we fine-tune it. When you're thinking about how Councilmember Jason Dozier has hugged that committee, I just know that they would touch it. I want to make sure every word is read. I want to just make sure they touch it.
Councilmember Waits.
I'd like to clarify what a resolution is. The purpose of the resolution is to make an urging recommendation to the state of Georgia. So therefore, it doesn't bind us to anything here in the city of Atlanta. In fact, it expresses our intent and wishes. Again, as I indicated before, there is nothing in the legislation surrounding an anchor monitor because the Republican-led governor, who is a Republican, as well as the House and Senate, ruled it unconstitutional in 2019. So that language is no longer in the bill, in addition to the fact that the state of Georgia has already ruled on that issue. So again, a resolution is non-binding, and this is simply just expressing our wishes with respect to the urgency and priority and what this particular family has been put through. And I think it's very appropriate, again, that we move this measure at immediate consideration. Again, I will not delay the body today because we're all tired, and so I would not object for it to go to committee, sir.
So the motion is to refer to FEC and to public safety dual. Is there any other discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 10 yeas, 4 nays.
10 yeas, 4 nays, the motion to refer carries. So Elms 30206 will be referred to FEC and to Public Safety. I don't believe there are any other items for immediate consideration today. So with that, we'll go to personal papers. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms number 303, I cannot read today, 30223. An ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 23 general fund budget in an amount of $7,000,000 by transferring funds from the general fund and committed fund balance to non-departmental general fund and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30223 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, resolution to urge the mayor or his designee to conduct a feasibility study and to prepare recommendations regarding the establishment of a conservation tax option, whereas property owners of any size parcels and tracts of real property in the city of Atlanta can voluntarily enter into a conservation easement with the city of Atlanta to significantly reduce the city's property tax burden and preserve natural features of the property into perpetuity and for other purposes.
I believe that is Elms 30204. That will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 30235, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance to amend Part 3, Code of Ordinances, Land and Development Code, Appendix A, Building Code Amendments, Chapter 1, Administration, to amend Section 104.8 to clarify and to affirm the Director of the Office of Buildings Authority as the city's chief building official to revoke certificates of occupancy for violations of the building code and violations of other land development codes and regulations and for other purposes.
Elms 30235 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Elms ID 30221, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Beatty Avenue Southwest from Deckner Avenue Southwest to the end of the road and for other purposes.
Elms 30221 will refer to the Transportation Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Elms 30214, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Murphy Avenue Southwest and Deal Avenue Southwest an all-the-way stop control intersection to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms 30214 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30215, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Nelms Drive Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms 30215 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30217, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Sim Street Southwest between Arthur Street Southwest and Mary Street Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms 30217 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30216, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Pierce Street Southwest between Tift Avenue Southwest and Aline Avenue Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms 30216 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30209, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution to encourage all the professional sports franchises of Atlanta to find every way possible to partner together with the Department of Parks and Recreation to support and strengthen youth sports programming in the city so as to amplify the positive benefits attained through participation in youth sports and for other purposes.
Elms 30209 will be referred to the Community Development and Human Services Committee.
And that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Councilmember Overstreet. Did you have anything today? Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. First item, Elms number 30213, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of West Ontario Avenue Southwest and Emerald Avenue Southwest an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at that intersection and for other purposes.
Elms 30213 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Next, 0207, a resolution by Council Members Andrea Boone and Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting the Fulton County District Attorney investigate opportunities to criminally charge property owners, landlords who are in violation of the City of Atlanta's housing code and grossly negligent in providing the minimum standards related to maintenance and security for leased rented residential housing, and to urge the Atlanta Police Department and the Office of the City Solicitor to diligently pursue all complaints against neglectful property owners, landlords, and for other purposes.
Elms 30207 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
Elms 30218, an ordinance by Council Members Dustin Hillis and Byron Amos, authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Baker Road Northwest between Hamilton E. Holmes Drive Northwest and South Elizabeth Place Northwest in order to reduce speeding and for other purposes.
Elms 30218 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 30225, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2022 General Government Capital Outlay Fund budget on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department by transferring to and from appropriations an amount not to exceed $250,000.00 for the purpose of constructing a SWAT building and for other purposes.
Elms 30225 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Completes my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two items today. Elms 30227, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee waiving Section 2-1163C, Article 10 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to ratify services rendered in connection with FC-8100A insurance brokerage and consulting services with USI Insurance Services, LLC, a successor of Wells Fargo Insurance Services USA, Inc., on behalf of the Department of Aviation and the Department of Finance Office of Enterprise Risk Management to enter Amendment Number 3 on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 9 months effective June 16, 2022 through March 16, 2023, in the amount not to exceed $157,000, $500.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30227 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 30228, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee waiving Section 2-1163C, Article 10 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to ratify services rendered in connection with FC-8100B, insurance brokerage and consulting services, with Willis Towers Watson Southeast, Inc., a successor of Willis Insurance Services of Georgia, Inc., on behalf of the Department of Aviation and the Department of Finance Office of Enterprise Risk Management to enter Amendment Number 4 on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 9 months effective June 16, 2022 through March 16, 2023, in the amount not to exceed $501,003.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30228 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Elms number 30219, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki, authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of Edgewood Avenue Northeast, Euclid Avenue Northeast, and Delta Place Northeast always stop-controlled intersections, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30219 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have three actually. AMS number ID 30224, ordinance by Councilmember Byron Amos. Ordinance by to extend Ordinance 21-0-0442, authorizing the carryover of December 2020 excess leave accumulation for City of Atlanta employees for up to 20 days through and including June 30th, 2023, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30224 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. AMS number 30210, a resolution by Councilmember Byron Amos and Michael J. Bond, a resolution requesting that the memorial statue constructed by the Firefighters Union to honor fallen Atlanta firefighter Stephen Solomon to be placed in the Rodney Cook Senior Park, Cook Park, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30210 will be referred to the Community Development and Human Services Committee.
The last one, AMS number 30208, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, Michael J. Bond, a resolution urging the mayor or his designee to conduct a feasibility study to provide recommendations regarding the establishment of a unit of park rangers to serve as a dedicated enforcement to ensure the safety of City of Atlanta parks and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30208 will be duly referred to the Public Safety Committee and the Community Development and Human Services Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I have Elms ID number 30212, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Trotty Street Northeast and Howard Street Northeast an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30212 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 30211, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices along Gracewood Avenue Southeast between Moreland Avenue Southeast and Gresham Avenue Southeast for other purposes.
Elms ID 30211 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 30231, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, a resolution requesting the Departments of Finance and Public Works to conduct a cost efficiency study for street-based sanitary services and general common good sanitary services to include the solid waste collection and fortification portions of permitted special events, permits and others. A report of study findings and recommendations shall be prepared and presented to the City Utilities Committee no later than March 31st, 2023, so that identified cost efficiencies and cost savings can be considered and incorporated into the FY24 operating budget and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30231 will be duly referred to the Utilities Committee and the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 30222, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, a resolution requesting MARTA to require developers to provide bus shelters that are along the bus routes of all new commercial and multifamily residential developments within the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30222 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 30220, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, a resolution urging the mayor or his designee to hire a chief sustainability officer to lead the mayor's Office of Resilience, who will also serve as the chairperson for the Clean Energy Advisory Board and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30220 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms ID number 30188, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Councilmember Winston, Faroki, Amos, Dozier, Juan, Shook, Boone, Overstreet, Hillis, Bond, Westmoreland, and Waits, a resolution to establish a stakeholder committee to provide vital stakeholder input on the formation of a partnership with policing alternatives and diversion initiatives and other partners in the creation of an intake center at Selena S. Butler Recreation Center to serve as a place of respite where the unhoused in the community and others in need of services can receive short-term care, navigation, stabilizing supports, and warm referrals to other service providers and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30188 will be duly referred to the Public Safety Committee and the Community Development Human Services Committee.
And I just want to say before reading this last one in, major thank you to all organizers, to legal, to finance, to the administration, and to my colleagues who signed on to this. Elms ID number 30092, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Dozier, Winston, Faroki, Amos, Juan, Hillis, Overstreet, Boone, Bond, Westmoreland, and Waits, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $500,000.00 to the Atlanta Volunteer Lawyers Foundation pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support AVLF's Access to Legal Counsel pilot program that will provide eviction defense services to eligible City of Atlanta residents, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30092 will be referred to the Community Development Human Services Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 30226, ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan correcting the amendment number in ordinance number 22-01264, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on May 2nd, 2022, and approved by operation of law on May 11th, 2022, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30226 will be referred to Finance Exec Committee.
All right, Elms ID 30229, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan providing for the call of a public meeting of the City Council of Atlanta, of the City of Atlanta for consideration of certain ordinances which, if adopted and approved, will authorize the City of Atlanta to issue not to exceed $4 million in aggregate principal amount of various purpose general obligation bonds, the publication of notice to the public of the call and holding of such meeting, and for other purposes.
Is it Elms 30229, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so we refer to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, Elms ID 30230, resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan declaring and certifying the results of the $406 million City of Atlanta General Obligation Public Improvement Bond referendum to fund a combined $406 million in public improvement capital outlay projects consisting of, one, $13,010,000 of bonds for the construction, reconstruction, renovation, repair, improvement, critical capital maintenance, and equipping of public safety, parks, and recreational facilities, including but not limited to public safety facilities, recreational, aquatic, and greenhouse facilities, a Center for Diversion Services buildings and equipments for use by police, fire and rescue, and emergency medical services, departments and related public improvements, and the cost of compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 for such facilities, and improvements and other costs incident thereto, and two, $192,990,000 of bonds for the purpose of paying for the cost of the acquisition, construction, reconstruction, renovation, repair, planning, design, improvement, critical capital maintenance, and equipping of roads, sidewalks, pathways, trails, and related transportation, park and playground improvements, including but not limited to public sidewalks, traffic-controlled infrastructure and equipment, curbing, bridges, viaducts, greenway systems, playgrounds, pools, trails, paths, bicycle and transit lanes, and safety lighting, and the cost of compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 for such facilities and improvements and other costs incident thereto, requesting the District Attorney of the Atlanta Judicial Circuit to take the proper steps to institute proceedings for the validation of said public improvement bonds as required by law, authorizing the publication of a notice of sale and bid form for the receiving of bids to purchase the Series 2022 bonds, authorizing the preparation and use of a preliminary official statement, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30230 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I believe that is all the papers for referral today. Is that correct? Council, we'll now move to general remarks. Or do you have papers? Oh, Councilmember Waits, please feel free.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Items number 30232. This is a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits and Councilmember Norwood. This is a resolution to request that the Atlanta Department of Transportation prepare a comprehensive plan for traffic mitigation in Atlanta City Council District 8, to present such plan to the Atlanta City Council, to request that such time as the comprehensive traffic mitigation plan shall be prepared and presented to the City of Atlanta Council, and Atlanta ADOT shall temporarily suspend the commencement of any intersection improvements within the District 8 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30232 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
All right. Last one, sir. This is a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits, Bakhtiari, and Lewis. This is a resolution authorizing the mayor and his designee to repurpose the Atlanta City Detention Center into a diversion and crisis center to include mental health, drug and alcohol treatment services, space for nonprofit service providers, and other transitional housing, and to name this center the John Lewis Health and Wellness Center. Thank you.
The resolution, once it gets an Elms ID number, we refer to the Public Safety Committee. Oh, she has an Elms?
I do, sir. Forgive me. Elms number 30234.
This is 30234. We refer to the Public Safety Committee. Thank you. Is that all? All right. With that, we will move into general remarks. I just want to take a moment to begin by saying that for the public, today's budget session may have seemed very straightforward, but it is the culmination of an enormous amount of work by everyone who is here, and public hearings, committee work, back and forth with different stakeholders, a lot of communication with folks in the administration. A special thanks to the CFO, Mr. Bala, and your entire team for responding to questions, responding to requests, and I think that it really was a process that was very thorough, and one that looks smooth today, but one that had an enormous amount of work over the 7 weeks. And so I just want to say on a personal note that I appreciate all my colleagues' engagement with the budget process. And like I said before, a very special thank you to Councilmember Juan for chairing the committee to bring us to today. With that, other general remarks. Councilmember Boone.
Mr. President, again, we'd like to congratulate our new director, and we will have a group photo and a small cake on the left side of the council chambers immediately following.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week's Hello Fresh will take place in beautiful District 3, the greatest council district there is, at the Vine City Civic Association at 678 Joseph E. Boone Boulevard at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Joseph Boone Boulevard at 3 p.m. at their offices. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Lewis.
I first want to say thank you to everyone who came out to our Juneteenth event this year. This is our third year doing it. Each year has gotten better. Right at South Bend Park, we started doing this before we got on council. This year was the best year because for the first time we actually had restrooms in the park. So a shout out to everyone who came to our event this weekend. Also want to say congratulations to Juneteenth ATL and for your 15th year. And what you did at Centennial Olympic Park was amazing. This is my third year going. Surprise, 2 years ago, I actually rented a float in the Juneteenth parade and proposed to my wife. And so I am Juneteenth means a lot to me and my family. So thank you, City of Atlanta, and thank you, Juneteenth ATL, for renting that float to that broke guy 2 years ago. Thank you again for allowing me to present a proclamation this year. Lastly, happy belated Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Thank you for staying in these kids' lives. Thank you to the people who are not fathers who are also in people's lives. Thank you again, President Shipman.
Thank you. Actually, CFO Bala.
Thank you, Council President. And I thank you for the kind remarks. I also wanted to acknowledge the entire City Council members throughout this process with pointed questions, and we went through many deliberations on this budget, and it got us through the finish line. I also really want to take time to thank Chairman Juan for his leadership throughout the entire process. He did a phenomenal job in guiding us and making sure that the City Council's representation was at the construction of this budget going through. Also the administration, of course, Mayor Dickens, Chief of Staff, Donald C.O. Gordon, and Theo Pace, and LaShonda Burks and team who have constructed through us. And lastly, but not least, this budget does require many procedural hurdles. Many things have to go on a public notice, so thanks to Forrest Webb and the city's law department for making sure that as we engage with the public, we're doing that in the right manners and to the standards and code of the city of Atlanta. And our unsung heroes, of course, the development of the budget, the day-to-day operations led by Deputy CFO Tina Wilson, Chief Charles Bell, right here, who has a phenomenal team led with Sean Gabriel and Vanessa Malcolm, who have constructed this budget holistically. So I just wanted to thank everybody and acknowledge everybody's hard work throughout the process.
Well said. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to remind others and the public that we will be holding our first citywide Public Safety Commission meeting on Thursday at 6 p.m. We will, in fact, be serving dinner, and I'm very excited about that process. I also want to give kudos to the mayor and his staff for being amenable to changes to the budget surrounding raises to city employees, including fire service. And so it is a pleasure to work with a leader that listens to those that serve among him. And so I thank him for that consideration. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
And I will make this very brief because I know that everyone's hungry, especially Councilmember Juan. So very quickly, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for helping us pass unanimously the resolution protecting abortion rights. But secondly, what a big deal it is to be able to read in legislation today talking about piloting an access to counsel program for people facing evictions. I know that it hasn't been passed yet, but just the fact that we got to a place so we could read it in today is huge. And the fact that we're willing to make this step to save people's lives by keeping them in their homes. So thank you, guys.
I'll just quickly remind everybody July 4th is coming, which means it's the Peachtree Road Race, the world's largest 10K. Several of my colleagues and myself will be running or walking or participating in some way. So I would hope that everybody comes out and cheers on the tens of thousands of people that will be running. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not also say that I'm thrilled that the World Cup will be coming to Atlanta in 2026. It will be an incredible run-up to that. Anything else? Yes. Anything else? With that said, we will, Madam Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Anyone? Ms. Bakhtiari had adjourning roll call. Council President Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond. Matt Westmoreland. Keisha Sean Waits. Jason Winston. Amir Faroki. Byron Amos. Jason Dozier. Liliana Bakhtiari. Alex Wan. Howard Shook. Mary Norwood. Dustin Hillis. Andrea L. Boone. Marcy Collier Overstreet. And Antonio Lewis.
Photo, please. Gather near the president. Please. Photo with our new director. Quick photo.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Any objection?
Quick photo.
We stand adjourned. Thank you so much.